Right, let's go ahead and get back into this in 3, 2, 1. Hopefully my timer doesn't break as well. Go. There we go. Back into the mummy grind we are ahead it. It's like a lot of mummy battles to get each of these level ups, but fewer mummy battles than it was to do ogre battles. Each mummy is basically a little bit more valuable than a groger. And so we'll get 2 to 5 mummies here per fight. And welcome in everybody that is joining us back for part 2. Yep, this is basically how the mummies are going to go. I actually did look at the stats while I was having some downtime in between the two parts. And I did find out that the Rune Sword has better critical hit rates than I thought. It actually is the best of the 3 swords for critical hit rates. But it has 1 less point of damage compared to the Dragon and Coral Sword. And I think that if you're going for criticals, which usually we are, that the Rune Sword might actually be better than I thought. How far we are from this level 14. Alright, about 40 mummies or so from level 14. We got a ways to go. But man, this is so much better than the Ogre grind. So much faster too. It's nice having these weapons, as opposed to just having the scimitars and sabers, which is all you can get prior to beating Astos. Astos is such a huge roadblock in the 4 Thief run, because until you get that, there's basically no weapons and no armor of any quality whatsoever that the Thief can use. And even afterwards, there's really none. But there's more of the none for the weapons and armor. Just a little tiny bit more. Decent change of scenery, that's true. We don't get as much rain on us when we're walking around here in the castle. Got a nice cellar roof over our heads. Maybe some primitive drafty air conditioning going in the back. Overall, a much more comfortable place to do your grind at. Now, normally I prefer to have large groups of mummies because I'll have Fire 2 and Harm 2 and things like that. But with the Thief situation, and having nothing besides your physical attacks, small groups of mummies are actually better. You take way less damage in the fights. So 2s and 3s are perfectly acceptable here. Hey, Cypher, welcome in. And welcome into Marfamania, Getty Star 76, Specty, Extreme, Box Type Beatnik, Llama Pals, and everybody else here at the start. I probably should have given you guys a good greeting. There wasn't a reason to jump right into it, even though I am so excited to get back into this mummy grind. You've just now noticed that everybody is named Dan. That is an accurate statement. Hey Kobahi, welcome in. This is definitely interesting. Doing the 4 Thief challenge here has been really, really fun to get started on. And then there was a lot of ogres. A lot of ogres. Hey Koopas, welcome in. Alright, let's go ahead and double that top mummy up. I really want mummies to die quickly here so that we don't take as much damage and that we don't get put to sleep all the time. Really, once you get past hour 3 of the ogres, it just gets more and more fun. It's hard to explain. It's also hard to explain why Dan 1 is so terrible. Come on, Dan, clench. Clench harder. No, Dan 4 taking a nap. Well, that's the falchion. So that basically is no loss at all. Oh wait, Dan 2's got the Falchion. Never mind. Dan 4 was an actual loss. An actual loss happened. Go ahead, swing our team around a little bit here. I'm going to jump a bunch of tents to get my recovery in. Just because it's a lot faster than these heal potions are going to be with this many characters damaged so heavily. And back in for more mummies. For those of you that missed it, we're going to target level 16 here at the mummy grind. I am about halfway to 14. And it is roughly 40 battles of mummies per level up at this point. Maybe getting towards 50 by the time that we get to the next level up or two. The alternative to the mummy grind was probably the Hall of Giants in Earth Cave. Earth Elemental in Earth Cave is probably too tough, and Peninsula Power is definitely too tough, I think, for this team. You gotta really worry about the amount of damage that you take from a lot of encounters. I also gotta really worry why Dan 4 is so tired. He did not get enough sleep last night. Cycling people around to keep our HP relatively close together. The closer it is for everybody on the team, the better we have efficient healing, because we could use tents and cabins and things instead of individual healing potions. If I have a perfect tent use, then that is 1/4 the number of items that I would need to buy compared to doing heal potions over and over again, which we will still need a lot of healing potions. There is no escape on buying every item and then some. When we go back to that Elfland shop, I figure I can get a level up for every like 200 items that I buy. Hopefully at least one level up. And I got a decent way into this level from only using about 30 tents and 30 healing potions. These 5 mummy encounters are pretty dangerous. Let's see what you do. 38. Alright, so that's not close enough to realistically be able to split these guys up. I'm going to focus fire, try to get both mummies down here. And then every once in a while you bust out an actual good attack. It's kind of surprising what you can do if you get lucky with these thieves. It's almost as good as like a level 5 fighter. Maybe like a level 7 fighter. It'd be really nice if you could come in that back entrance, rather than having to walk all the way around the castle with the mummies each time. You know what? Let me go left side on the treasure chest for this one. I feel like the right side is giving me some more painful encounters than the left side was. Alright, never mind. Left side sucks. Back to the right side. Hey, Cypher. Astos was not bad. Second try at level 12. So basically I got to level 12, which is where you get 2 attacks per round with the saber for the first time. Killed the wizards first try, and that was with 3 wizards, so that was pretty good. And then went up to Astos and killed Astos second try. The first try we were really close. The Astos fight is all about just getting critical hits. And I was one critical hit away from the first try. Second try, we killed him with only one death, which was really, really nice. I was very happy that level 12 was enough. I was originally thinking like level 13 or 14 would be required, because you don't have a lot of offense with these thieves. But we got pretty decent critical hit rates. Now this is with nothing but sabers, so you really can't do much to make your critical hits any better or worse. You're just holding the A button down and hoping. But the A button was held down in the appropriate way to get Astos to die. Here we go. Pairs of mummies are best. 2s and 3s. Actually, I guess 2 packs are the best because we can split the team up and go for kill him in one round. We're trying to kill him in one round. Dan won. Hey, thanks, Marfamania. There's not much you can do to jazz up splits, and so often I mostly focus on the artistic side of trying to find really good illustrations. I prefer getting them from like the as close to the source material as I can, like trying to use emulators to go and get isolated versions of the sprites and things, which often works, but then for modern games it turns to be a rather difficult problem. Everything like PlayStation and later, it's really tough to get good pictures. Hey Cluster, welcome back. Hope you had a good rest. Dan did not. Dan was a fitful sleeper last night. Oh yeah, 2 damage. We taught that mummy a lesson. What that lesson is, I don't know. Hopefully he will share it with us. Yeah, probably a couple of heal potions as well onto you. Want to keep a lot of people around 200 or so hit points, just in case we get like a 5 mummy ambush or something crazy. You can usually survive a decent amount of hits, as long as after that initial round you're not losing too many attacks to being put to sleep, and that your Dans are reasonable with their attacks. Not that either of those things will ever be true. Hey Vicarian, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Alright, 3 heals on Dan 3. Should take care of that problem, and then back to plotting out our mummy grind. The left-hand side's been working better for me. That initial hiccup with the 4 mummy ambush, I think, was just a practice run, making sure that the left side was prepared for business. Alright, there's a bit greedy trying to get all 3 mummies down here. We would need a really big hit by Dan 1. 14 damage. I don't think that's going to do it, Dan 1. Gotta try harder than that. Dan 2, look at him. He's got a terrible weapon. He's doing 3 times as much as you. I hesitate to suggest that any Dan could be a role model, but Dan 2, maybe that is the one. In any case, we're starting at level 14. We'll be getting, I think, everybody level 14 in 2 battles. And the difference between level 13 and 14 is pretty much absolutely nothing. Very, very small gains in your level ups. Although there are a few levels around here which are going to give me strong level ups for HP. Those will be really significant bumps. And I will definitely want to have maybe 1 or 2 of those. I'm getting a small amount of magic defense per level up, which will help reduce the amount of damage that we take from damage dealing spells because they won't critical as often, and may reduce the chances of getting nasty status elements. Such as the Dan box. Hey Mike, welcome back. We are just now into the heart of our mummy grind. Almost level 14 on everybody. We got 1 more Dan to level up. Ooh, Dan 1's not looking good here. Looking decidedly bad, in fact. I don't know if we can save him. This might be a good time to go back to town after Dan 1's probably untimely demise. We're just not getting any damage on these hits. There he goes. Dan 1's down. That's our first death in a mummy grind. We've been doing pretty good up until this point. Alright. Now we're starting to get a hang of these mummies. 2 down. As this shows you, you're never safe when you got Dans in slot 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your team. Alright, there we go. Let's go back to town, get Dan Wen back up. I don't think he was the person yet. Dan 3 was the one that was down experience. So let's see what the level balance is like. So 7,300, 6,700, 6,700, and 7,600. So Dan 1 is now in last for XP. I'm not hugely concerned about getting super unbalanced, but it is annoying. Look at that. We no longer need to even care about these ogres. And at level 14, we're very, very close to maxing out our ability to run. Level 15 is roughly where you get 95%, and then it doesn't get any better after that. So Dan 3 and Dan 4 should be excellent at running at this point. And Dan 2, the one that's in the 3rd slot, is going to be pretty decent. Have like a 50% chance. Dan 1 in the back, though. No chance whatsoever. Alright, let's spend our zillions of mummy cash. We'll be ridiculously rich by the time that we finish up this grind, because there's not much to spend the money on, and undead are one of the best monsters in terms of the amount of gold that you get relative to their experience. Alright, let's go ahead, fill our healing potions back up to full. This will be a while. I think we need to get like 40 or so. And I'll buy a nice stack of cabins. I've been using up my tents. I'm going to be switching from tents to cabins at this point. It's much more likely that I'll have significant amounts of damage from this point in the game onward. Like, you're almost always going to have 50 or 100 points of damage, and then cabins are a much better way of dealing with that. Unfortunately, we don't have access to one of the stores that have cabins at the top. When you get to Gaia and Anrak, they do this weird thing where they swap the menu around for the shopkeeper. So they put heal potion in the middle and cabin in the first slot. Which is really good if you want to buy cabins, but really, really bad if you want to buy heal potions. Never been sure why they decided to do that, because most of the time, heal potion is probably what you want to get. I blame the poor real estate market in the north. That's why they have to push them so hard. Do I get bucklers at Crescent Lake? Nope. There are going to be no bucklers in this run. We'll get Pro Capes. Or at least get the one Pro Cape in Sky Castle. I might get the Pro Cape in Temple of Fiends as well. I think I've got room for it. Problem is you really don't have a lot of room, because you want to keep the heel helmets around, and then the white shirt, and you kind of want to have the black shirt too, although maybe the black shirt could go. Zeus Gauntlet could probably go. Like, it's a tough squeeze. And there's got to be a point where you say, I am more or less done with ever trying to level up again. I can get rid of these items. And that's like a hard call to make. Alright, let's get 10 more cabins. I'll get a couple of soft potions as well. Normally I wouldn't have soft potions for Earth Cave and for Ice Cave in speedruns, but one of the nice things about this is we are easily able to afford those, and that makes cockatrices, medusas, and things way less threatening as a result. I'll still take good routes through there, but I'm thinking about doing a route through Ordeals that has a Medusa pack in it. I've got soft potions, they're not a big deal. And that, I think, is a lot easier to set up than the one that I had for the Marathon Safe Route. The Marathon Safe Route takes advantage of there being a lot of travel between Earth Cave and Ordeals, where you can burn off a lot of steps and encounters. And rather than having to burn all those encounters off, I might as well just do the earlier entrance, which was my old backup strat. Well, money's not really a problem with this party. It's more that the inventory space is valuable. And I don't have to go to Crescent Lake and back for something that I'm probably going to throw away pretty quickly. Hey, Chris Ross, welcome in. We are doing 4 Thieves. Well, we're doing mummies right now, but when we get done with the mummies, it'll be back to the thievery. I guess we can call this a little bit of plundering of their tombs. One of the other things I'll be looking for in the post-lich section is I want to have more than 300 hit points for the Ice Cave, and that way we are immune to XXXX, which will be really good. Not having to worry about that takes away one of the big opening moves that the eye has. He can still glance us, which knocks somebody out with petrification, but we got soft potions, so we can fix that. XXXX is normally the one that is the most annoying to deal with, and that is just because unless you got a pro ring or 301 hit points or higher, there's no way to block it at all. You know what? Left side was doing really good. Let's stick with left. I probably don't want to fight Mummy back. These guys really hurt. Alright, we got one. Let's have you guys work on that one. We will try to clean up top Mummy. Using the Rune Sword, which is somewhat inconsistent because you're relying on those criticals. Really, all the swords are inconsistent. You're using Thieves. But the Rune Sword seems especially inconsistent. Actually, no, let's have you two go down to those. Because these guys are less likely to be put to sleep. And that way, if one of the front two gets put to sleep, we don't lose out on a mummy kill. Hey, Jamilius. we'll be getting a variety of wonderful prizes from these mummies, but mostly it's going to be experience. We need to level up with roughly 40 mummy battles per level, and 2 more levels to go. So we're going to be here for a while. Not nearly as long as the ogres, I can promise that. If we are still here after 5 hours, something has gone horribly wrong with my plans. Hey, Epic Name Bro, welcome in. This is part 2. So most of this was last night. But it's good to get you joining in. We got our 4 thief team back in for this mummy grind. We had a delightful time grinding ogres to be able to beat Astos, and that was a real adventure. Now we're grinding a different monster and different scenery. It's like a breath of fresh air. And right now we're level 14. We're going to be trying for level 16 to get to beat Vampire and Lich. I think Vampire will go down no problem at 16. Lich I'm less certain about. I think Lich could be quite difficult at that level. I might do like Vampire at 15. And that way I can get the experience from the Vampire trip to make level 16 go a little bit faster. But you can make the same argument for making level 17 go faster, level 18, or whatever level you decide is your target. Hey, it's Batman, welcome in. Danzig fell asleep after hour 4 of the ogre grind. You missed the best parts of it. There were some really good ogres in hour 5. Some of my favorite ogres were in hour 5. Oh yeah, if there's one thing this party is not worried about, it's money. You basically can't use any weapons or armor for the thieves, so it's really cheap to outfit them. They don't have any spells. Healing potions are not all that expensive in this game, so it is a very, very low-cost party. Overstorm, welcome in. We came back for part 2. Working on our mummy grind. Alright, Dan 1 somehow still staying alive. Unfortunately, Dan 1 got moved back to the front. He died last time, and I feel bad about having him die again, because he's going to get really far off in XP. Try putting him in the middle. Let's put Dan 4 at the front. You can't restart it if you close the program, but if you just go and pause it, then as long as you leave it running for as long as you want to keep it paused, it'll keep track of things. I'm not sure if it's 100% as accurate when it's paused compared to normally, because you're going to have a little bit more clock skew in the process of doing it, but I haven't seen any major problems with keeping it paused. Alright, we got a lot of 5 mummy packs. Let's go back to right side. See if right side treats us better. There we go. 3 mummies. That's more what I want to see. 2 and 3 packs. You have a 25% chance each of 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the smaller these packs are, the less damage that I take by a large amount. So it speeds up my grinding a bit to not have to buy as many recovery items if I get lots of 2s and 3s. And since you're getting a battle every step, it's not like you spend a lot of time from getting small packs having to search around for more encounters. That was the problem with the ogre grind, is that you're walking a really far distance between each battle, and sometimes you have to skip battles and things like that. So you hope for large encounters in that case. Sub 6 Astos next time. It is the dream. One day we will have a sub 6 Astos in this category. One day. No Equipment Dragon Warrior is another one of those that is like just absolutely enjoyable mindlessness for like a couple hours, because you basically, for No Equipment Dragon Warrior, you use like hurt and hurt more quite a lot. So you're kind of doing a really long grind to get your first spell, and then you can hurt things, and then you can hurt more things, and once you get hurt more, it actually gets pretty fast. Because hurt more is actually not something that you normally get in the speedrun. Normally you stop when you have heal more. But once you have hurt more, boy, do you get the ability to just crush monsters. Hey, Linux Mint, welcome in. We are having fun doing our mummy grind here. We are probably level 14 and about a third right now. Maybe 14 and a quarter. Does Dragon Warrior have a level cap? Yes. Dragon Warrior 1 has a pretty low level cap, but it's also a game that doesn't have really like any top-end monsters. So once you can reasonably survive in Dragon Lord's Castle, there's nothing else left to challenge you. And then there's like about another 10 levels or so that you can go, which is absolute overkill. Hey, Glassjaw, welcome in. 4 Thieves is going pretty good. Dan 1 had some issues earlier, but I think he's over them. We'll put him back in slot 2. See if that lets him be more of a champion. 4th Thief, Final Fantasy, or Virtual Highlight. I mean, they're just such incomparably good games. I think the problem with playing a lot of Virtual Highlight is that you do become physically ill after a while. Mostly from watching the volcano, but there's a few other areas which also just like make you nauseous. So that one's a tough one to keep playing for long stretches. Final Fantasy, like as long as you can mentally tune out the 2 songs that you're going to hear for like 6 hours straight when doing this. You know, you got the first couple of notes of the battle theme, you got the couple of notes of the overworld theme, or the dungeon theme that you're in. Once those have just like disappeared, then you can just go as long as you want. Dragon Warrior 2, I think it's more about knowing what's what in that game. Because I know casually that was just a nightmare to finish. I did beat Dragon Warrior 2 when it first came out without any real hints, and getting through Roan was a nightmare, and well, just Cave to Roan was a nightmare, then Roan itself was a nightmare, and I didn't know you could retry after beating Hargon's mini-bosses like Atlas and Pazuzu. So I would always try to go one trip all the way through the castle, which is really, really tough, even at max level. But if you kind of know what you're doing, you can get to the late game really fast. Grinding is much more efficient if you know what monsters and what zones to go to. Just knowing like status ailments is enormous. Like I think that without some hinting, you don't realize how powerful status ailments are. Things like sleep and stop spell in those games. Because those are real game changers. Like a lot of monsters have significant weaknesses to like sleep. And if you know which ones those are, they become way, way easier. Stop spell as well, for which monsters are going to be vulnerable to it versus which ones are going to shrug it off. Those are things which, unless you've got like actual tables and things, which take a long time to reverse engineer, they're just very hard to figure out what strategy you should use. Has Dan stolen our hearts yet? Question I keep asking. If only they had a steal command in this game. Just steal from the monsters over and over until they give up. Let's do one more battle in here. Dragon Warrior 2's solo princess run would be interesting. I mean, obviously you'd have to have an escort until you got the Mirror of Ra to get the princess. But she's got some really powerful spells. Water Flying Cloth does block a lot of damage. Gives her fire resistance and pretty good piece of armor overall. I think it'd be still very tough. And she does level up the slowest of anybody. Dragon Warrior 2, all of your characters have different speeds for their leveling up. So it's kind of a strange system. And then they also have different level caps for each character. I can't think of too many other games that are like that, where every character has their own customized leveling cap. Bick, welcome back. I can't believe the ogre grinding is done as well. I'm already missing it. I think we should go back and fight some more ogres just for old time's sake. I mean, these mummies are okay, but they're no ogres. I really like, though, having much, much better weapons than we had before. And some armor. Silver Bracelet is not very good, but it's better than wooden armor by quite a large amount. Ogre mummies! Oh man. Somebody get on that. Right, about 4,000 to go for this next level. So we're about halfway. About halfway to 15. Alright, so we need some more work on back mummy there. Let's give Dan 3 and Dan 1 some opportunities to take him down. Dan 2 and Dan 4. I think they got this guy. Oh yeah, look at that coral sword go. It is a thing of art. And I'm just trying to keep Dan 1 not in the front. So I'll leave him in slot 2. And we'll put Dan 2 up there, give Dan 3 a couple of healing potions. I just swap people around to balance out their hit points. If you're in the back, you need less HP because you'll be less likely to be targeted. In the front, you get hit a whole bunch. Ooh, there we go. Some good mummy damage. Okay. About to say that the 5 mummy pack was going much better than the average 5 mummy pack, but now Dan 2 is in some trouble. He'll shake it off, though. He's a survivor. He's tough. That's right, Apna. Someday Dan 4 will get that promotion he's been looking for. He's got some stiff competition, though. Another 5 mummy encounter. Let me do a triple on that top mummy. I'd like to get more height, more chances of getting mummies down, but the mummies don't agree. There we go. We at least got 1 mummy killed. We at least got 1. Oh man, if you thought the time loops were complicated before, just wait until you find out how Dan screwed that up. There's going to be a huge plot dump in the end about Dan's adventures through time and why time is now completely busted. If nothing else, those 4 and 5 mummy packs do give me really good amounts of experience. About a 20th of a level for each of those. Left or right? Left or right? Let's do left. Just don't do middle. Middle's got images. It is way worse than fighting mummies. You get paralyzed. They don't give you as much experience on average. It's just like an all-around bad encounter. Plus, there's more of them. You get a larger pack of images than you do of mummies. I don't know why they thought that would be an excellent idea, but it is clearly wrong. Hey, Ski Twitch, welcome in. And MTI and Shovelkins. You guys are just in time for some mummy grinding here. We've got the Adventure of the Four Dans. They've been doing pretty good. They took a nap in the castle, came back, fought some more mummies. Hey, Withheld, welcome in. You love some grinding. This is definitely the right category for that then. We've been grinding everything and then some. We had a wonderful Grimp grind, then a wonderful Ogre grind for 5 hours. Followed by the mummies, who have been very cooperative. I think this was an excellent grinding spot. It was either this or Hollow Giants. And what I don't like about Hollow Giants is that you have to deal with all these iguanas on the side that give you very little experience at this point. And they hit almost as hard as the Giants do. So they're kind of a big distraction that you have to take care of before you can really get into the serious giant fighting. Plus you're at Melmon, which strike 1 through 6 right there. It's really, really far to get to the clinic, to get more healing items, because you have to go all the way to Elfland every time you run out of something. Although in a couple of levels, I think if I was like in the high teens, Hollow Giants would not be too bad. Right now, though, mummies are excellent. And then Peninsula of Power. Personally, I think Peninsula of Power before you have AoE attack items with this party would be a bad idea. It'd just be really super slow. And a lot of the battles there do have multiple monsters in them, so they'd be tough to deal with. But post getting like the Zeus Gauntlet and things, could be reasonable to do. Now, for my plan, though, I think Agamas are going to be just as reasonable, if not more so. So once I can get Carry cleared out, we're going to go and grind on Agamas to at least get one person up to max level. The rest of the team doesn't need to be maxed, but one person needs to be because they're going to be wielding the Masmune at the end, and they will need a lot of good stats for that. Let's check our numbers. Ooh, we're getting close. Probably be able to do it next loop around. I need about 20 to 25 more mummies. Who has the highest strength to wield the Masmune? I mean, we could do it by a variety of systems, but strength is a pretty good one. You got strength, you got hit points is maybe a concern. Which stand is the most handsome? Which stand has been the most helpful throughout the entire run? But probably strength is the right one to go. They're all going to have the same accuracy score because chance to hit is part of the character class. It's not based on your stats. Well, there's two chances to hit. There is the chance to hit, which determines the number of attacks per round that you get, and that is just part of your character class. So regardless of your stat gains, it will not change how many attacks per round you get. Then there is the actual chance to hit, which is based on your accuracy score. But it's a really small effect, and so often you can kind of ignore that, as pretty much everybody in this team is going to be very similar for those values. Yep, we've already got all the best weapons for our thieves, except for the Masmian. There are no weapon upgrades the entire rest of the game. And as you can see, these weapons aren't doing all that much damage to the mummies. Imagine how these are going to be doing to, like, Tiamat. It is not going to be pretty. That's why you need to have super high levels, because super high levels do, at a certain point, start really swinging things in Final Fantasy. This is a game which is pretty significantly gear-based, but having like a 10 level difference does have enough of an impact to be able to overcome like a difference in gear. Do you at least get a ton of chances to hit? Nope. We're going to be at 2 attacks per round for a long time. I think we get our third attack at like level 23 or something. It's really far away to have 3 attacks per round. Oh, Ski Twitch asked, is class change forbidden? I'm going to try not to class change. What can happen is that as you go through here and you get your stat gains, you might get really unlucky and not have good enough stats to beat Chaos. In which case I'll class change to ninjas as a workaround for that. But I'm ideally not going to class change for this playthrough. What kind of foot pedal do I use for splits? It is the IN USB 1, I think it's called. I got the recommendation from Darbian, and I've been very happy with this foot pedal. It was like $40 off of eBay, and I've had no problems with it. You just plug it in, it works fine. It's got 3 buttons on it, so I can go forward and backwards, in addition to hitting the splits. So like I'll have the big button in the center, advance the next split, and then these little buttons on the side will go to previous split or next split with the skip function. So you get a little bit more control. Let's just go ahead and finish these guys off and work on last mummy. I'm being greedy here, trying to get all 3 mummies down in 1 round. Too greedy. Too greedy. Is there a level cutoff for a ninja class change? If you want to get all the spell charges, the latest you can class change is level 42. But I don't think I need all the spell charges. You need a handful of fasts. And just having the ninja, you get such better gear. Like, you go from crap weapons to katanas, and you get armor. It's a really crazy upgrade, so I might not even need fasts to be able to beat him. If we're at level 50, and we find out that we don't have the stats for Chaos, then just class changing will be enough. Like, I don't even need fast at that point. Hey, Cheese Grater, welcome in. Alright, sons, have a good night. Pleasant dreams. This time I'm not being greedy. Gonna make sure these mummies go down. Yeah, the ninjas get flame mail and ice mail. They can use real shields instead of the pro capes. I think they can equip the heal helmet, which means that the person that doesn't have a ribbon can use that for some extra defense as well. They got a lot of options. Pretty sure they can equip a heal helmet. It's the same defense as a silver helmet, so it's not like an upgrade, but it's kind of vital to have the heal helmet so that we can heal during the Temple of Fiends fights. We're gonna need both heal helmets and the heal staff going at pretty much full speed. They can go with gauntlets as well, but you want to have pro rings instead. Well, maybe the person that doesn't have the... Whoever's got the Zeus gauntlet would use that. If you got Zeus gauntlet plus a ribbon, then you're not losing too much in the way of defense, and it lets me keep the Zeus gauntlet without wasting a slot. That's one of the things that's actually really tough with this, is that you don't have enough inventory space for all of the usable items that I want to have. So, like, you've got Zeus gauntlet, black shirt, white shirt, and 2 heal helmets in your armor slots. And that's actually more than can fit. Because if you have all of those, then you can't fit any pro capes at all. Oh man, Danfor's getting clobbered. Getting annihilated here. Be ashamed to lose him too, because we were very close to our level up. Temple Fiend Zeus Gauntlet. Yeah, I mean, the only thing you're really attacking is the unrunnables at that point. So that is a consideration. The boss fights, I mean, I'd have to see how much damage the thieves can actually do with their physical attacks. I think if you're level 50, a Coral Sword versus Tiamat, or I guess Coral Sword versus Kraken, because Tiamat you'll have the Mazmune for. But Coral Sword versus Kraken is not going to do very much. Excellent. We're getting some good HP growth with these levels right here. Still not up to 300 yet. I think we'll need to be in the range of like 18 to 20 to have 300 hit points for Ice Cave. But that should be after we do, you know, obviously Lich and then Ordeals. And with Ordeals getting the Zeus Gauntlet, there is a huge increase in your grind rate for anything AoE based, because you can just Zeus every single round. Weird lag on the audio. I've seen some other streams have that problem. Or at least I've heard people say other streams have had that problem. So it might be a Twitch thing. In which case, refreshing may be the best solution. I have not personally seen it myself on any stream on Twitch, but I've heard, like on High Spirits streams, a couple people mention it. Dan 315. I think we're 1 Dan away. Yes, Dan 1 is the only one not at 15 now. Hey, Yuhaka, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Dan 1 should only need 1 battle or 2. Now, this is the question of, do I want to try Vampire at 15 or at 16? Because if 16 is where I want to go for Lich, I will get a big chunk of the level from the Vampire trip, You got Vampire himself. You have, I think, 2 wizard battles with the route that I've got. It's been a while since I've done this trip through Earth Cave, so it may be a bit of a surprise what some of the encounters are. I'm hopeful that there's no Spectre Geists. The single segment route's got such a beautiful Earth Cave trip now that I don't think this is as nice. I'm used to having spellcasters where if you can afford to use up one of your Fire 2s, it's not a big deal to have a Spectre Geist fight. For this team, it's a big deal. They will have better chances of resisting the stuns at least, because they'll be higher level. Let's put Dan 4 in the front again. There's Dan 1's level up. Alright, so Dan 1's just level up. He needs, for level 16, 8,500 hit experience points. That's going to be a ways. So yeah, we'll get however far I get on this one, which will probably be about 1,000 or so. I'll go over to Earth Cave, check it out. Maybe less than 1,000. Maybe we'll do this one and then stop. Go over to Earth Cave. Very nasty 4-mummy ambush there. I do want to see how tough Vampire is at this level. I think the trip down to Vampire, because you're going to be running from everything, shouldn't be that bad. But Vampire himself, you have to do 156 damage to kill a Vampire. We have no AoEs from that. He's got Dazzle, he's got single target hits, so he has to kill us one by one, which will take him a little bit of time. How many days to finish this run? It should be done Monday. I think we're on pace for a Monday finish. It depends a lot on how the late game goes. Because I'm making some guesses about how 4 Thieves do post-Lich. I didn't reset. That doesn't matter. I think these encounters should be fine. If I do a hard power reset, then it's 2 Ogre Creep fights and plain Ogre fight on the way back, which are super easy. This is Asps, which is not bad at all. Tomorrow night or week for tomorrow night? Tomorrow night. That is my guess. Do we have our 4 weapons? Yes, we do. We got everything in the game we can get for Thieves except for Mazmunes for weapons already. They're done on those. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of weapons that you can use as items. So, like the Wizard Staff, the Thor Hammer, the Bane Sword, the Rune Sword. Not the Rune Sword, the Defense Sword. We'll pick all those up as we get to them. But in terms of equipping things, until we're at the Mazrune, I don't need to equip another weapon ever. Yay for buying heal potions. I did use a lot of heal potions. I want to be probably more aggressive with the cabins instead. Especially as we start running these tents down to 0. It is going to be important to run tents down to 0 because when I get to Gurgir Volcano, my heal potions need to be in the bottom left, and that requires that I have exactly one of tent, cabin, or house, and it's easy to get my houses gone because I'm not going to have very many of those. But getting tents down when I had so many before will be a big part of this mummy grind. I think we made 20,000 gold for just that loop around, which was a very short one because all I was trying to do was get the second half of level 15 done. That is the merchant's belly. His shirt is way too small. Somebody shrank his shirt in the wash. Probably Dan. That's why you never send your laundry to Melmont. Melmont's definitely the dirty laundry capital of the world. I don't know if it's associated with clean laundry of any kind. Are all Dans from Melmont? Dan is from Canaria. But thieves are all from Melmont. Every thief is from Melmont. Lufenians do have sparkling white togas. I will give them credit for that. It's tough to keep your laundry that clean in this grimy world that we inhabit. But somehow they managed to get the job done. Are all Dans Danish? Some Dans are more Danish than others. I think these Dans are near the top of the Dan hierarchy. It's hard to out-Dan a thief. I went and grabbed this battle because it had hyenas in it. Hyenas are a decent fight. Do I want any encounters on the way down? Probably would be nice to have encounters. Oh, there's another hyena battle that didn't have any hyenas. They were shy. Oh, and then the crappy fight. I thought I could make it to the cave. Dan was wrong. Alright, let's go ahead and do a power cycle here. Normally when I'm going through, I would get the coral sword, so I have to be aware that it'll take me less steps to get down. So I might have to do a little bit of delaying. Although, with this trip, I actually don't really mind cockatrices all that much. Soft potions are easy to get. So wizards are probably worse than cockatrices. Spectre Geists are probably worse than wizards. Yeah, when I checked in on High Spirits, he was at his last game. Working on finishing up the final bits of Dragon Warrior 5, I think it was. it 5 or 6 the last game? I think it's 5. It's the one with Bianca. So that would be 5. There's the Groger fight out of the way. Got a couple of bad fights and then 2 bullfights. Oh, and then the bull troll bull on this floor. So I don't think I'm around here long enough to get all of those. These are not mummies, that is true. These are green mummies. This is what happens to mummies before they get dried out. Groger is about the same value as a mummy, so it's worth picking them up as I go through there. Okay, we don't need Coral Sword, so I can skip that. Let's go take bottom path. All mummies are actually wrapped undead Agamas. I'm not sure if that is true. I think at least one mummy is a Tyro. Alright, speaking of which, what encounters do I want downstairs? Alright, this upcoming stretch is not too bad. I get a wizard fight. I get an image fight, which I'm not that thrilled by, but it's a ways away to the next Cockatrice fight. And there's only one wizard battle. I don't know why I'm being greedy and trying to double up. I should just triple and get guaranteed Groger kills. How many mummies are in a marble? Well, let's see. How many status effects does Bad Breath do? You probably need at least one mummy per status effect. Plus one mummy to wave the tentacles around. Eric, actually, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We're going to get our first try at the vampire. This is level 15, which is about the lowest I can imagine it working. Oh man, you know what we've got next? We've been practicing for this fight. It's mummies. Next it goes image, wizard, image, werewolf. Which all those images make me nervous. Images are actually pretty bad for us because we have no AoE to clear them out. So if they get like a 6-image ambush, we could easily get stuck in an encounter. Not predicting good things. I think Vampire at 15 will be successful. Like, he doesn't have any AoEs, so he has to kill us one after another. And that at least gives me some meat shields before he gets the whole team down. Lich I'm more worried about. Like, I think Lich at this level would be pretty tricky. We have to get some good resists. Oh, hey, I made the vampire without the image fight happening. Go ahead, heal all the way up then. Here we go, vampire time. I can take probably 2 hits. Maybe die on the 3rd one. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem on vampire. We're at 108. 65. Was enough to take the vampire down. Not even scratched. Now we're gonna die the images on the way out, I bet. That are the wizards. Not going after Lich, I can't. I need to turn the ruby in to get the rod first. Oh man, Dan 2 with authority. The worst weapon doing the most damage. Hey, Insult, welcome back. We just finished up the vampire. It was pretty good. I wonder if instead of going all... Well, I'm trying to think if I want to get level 16 here, because we're going to be decent way towards that level up. Yeah, we've already gotten close to a third of the level. Well, maybe a quarter. Gotten close to a quarter of the level for 16 so far. Seems like kind of a waste to not get 16 before Lich. There's the werewolf battle. Means next up is the cockatrices, and we've got no worries about that. You have at least 6 steps, except on Warmack's floor. That's the only floor where you can get encounters closer together. Beep beep bat. There you go. Do we just pretend to beat the vampire and lied about it? I'm not going to say that we're above that, because that's definitely not true. But as far as you know, we beat the vampire. Go ahead and grab the bullfight here on the way up. Better this one than the Cobra fight. 97 pure potions. Look, I went to Marsh Cave with 99 pure potions because that's what the strategy guide told me to do. And it turned out I only needed 1 pure potion in there. They must have had a typo. Alright, and maybe we'll get a Groger fight here on the way out. I'll pass on that one. We're watching the stat gains? No. Best sword of the best Dan? I mean, can you really say that one of these Dans is not the best? They're all the best Dan. Dan 3 especially. He's at least a 13 out of 10. Maybe a 14 out of 10. Hey, Zerakian, welcome in. Every Dan is the 3rd strongest Dan. Sounds like a logic puzzle. Is it possible to play this on a randomizer without the bug fixes, but with the shop quality of life upgrades? I mean, you can do whatever you want. But when I'm playing for Thieves, it's on the original cartridges. Well, I encountered it before the lip trip. I'll do a setup for it. Because I'm not guaranteed to beat him first try, I don't think it's worthwhile to put a lot of effort into encounter manipulation on it. But I'll look into seeing what a good entry point into Earth Cave is going to be like. You know, when it comes to the bosses, we've had very few failures with these Dans. Garland first try, Bicky first try, Wizard's first try, Astor's second try, Vampire first try. It's shocking at the progress that they've had, but then it's kind of been balanced out by the 5 hours of grinding ogres and the hour and a half of grinding mummies. I don't think we want to fight tigers. It's tempting, but no, we'll pass. Maybe it's got too much of a critical hit rate. I mean, I kind of feel like the level 12 for Lich was like the lowest I could do, because that's where you get the double attack with the sabers. And I have to do it at level 11 or level 10 with scimitars. And you couldn't go below level 10, because that's the first time you get double attacks at all. What level are the Dans? They are about 15 and a quarter. The good news is I don't really need inns. Without spell charges to worry about. It's really, really easy to get your hit points restored. Class change gonna happen? Not unless we have to. Class change will be if we get stuck at the very end of the game because our stats aren't good enough. I just don't feel like doing the stat optimizations for all the level ups. And so I think we will be able to beat Chaos with 4 Thieves. But if we have to turn them into ninjas, then they can get better gear, and that gives them so much of a boost that I wouldn't worry at all at that point for finishing. What if this road runs out of rat tails? Luckily, I don't think we need rat tails to fuel our airship, so we should be fine. Bane Sword till it works. Yeah, 3 in 256 chance on the Bane Sword. Having to redo all the Temple of Fiends every time. Yes, Chris Ross. Every single character class solo without class change has been done, but they've relied on level optimization. So what you have to do is make sure you get perfect level ups for your stats, and that way you can have a much better chance of being able to beat the forces of evil. Even then, it's really tough. Jay Coper is the one that did all of the character classes solo on stream without class change. I think Nescarnelli did class change for him. I think Solo Thief Mostly a matter of persistence. Now that I've seen this 4-thief run, I'd be less worried about doing a solo thief. Like, the big thing, first of all, is just get so much more experience per battle. Hello, Bat. I'm not going to put too much effort into leveling on the way down because, again, there is the very high chance of dying to Lich. This is kind of our exploratory phase. There's the arachnids with their cockatrices downstairs, so we know we've got a big gap before the next cockatrice fight. Would I rather take images to burn off cockatrices and wizards on 3rd and 4th floors? I think at this point wizards are relatively doable. We do have a lot more defense than we had at Marsh Cave. A lot more offense as well. How do these guys not kill a Groger? Were they even trying? I mean, they're Dan, so probably no. There was probably no trying whatsoever. Hey, Dristle. I've been telling people I would do 4 Thieves for a while. This has always been a very heavily requested category. I did 4 Thieves for the PlayStation. And for NES, I did 4 red mages, 4 black belts, and 4 white mages. Which I actually really like the 4 white mage run. It's probably a little bit too long to comfortably do. But it's short enough that I could do it single segment. And so I've had a couple of things that I've wanted to do for a while. One of which was the 4 Thieves. The other which was Dragon Warrior 1 NES. Which is more something to actually do a speedrun of. Because that one, it's like 6.5 hours. So not so outrageously long that I could never do it. But probably long enough that it'd have to be like a weekend stream. And it's another one of the games that are like this, which is just very, very relaxing to do grinding for a while on. Dragon Warrior would not use the manipulation. It'd be the classic Dragon Warrior, where you fight things for 5 hours, and then you fight something else after getting your dragon. Oh, my heal potions are in a bad spot. Because now I got the rod. That'll be enough for right now. Okay, so we got 1 image fight before we have to worry about the wizards. Oh, and then there is a whole bunch of cockatrices and wizards downstairs. So we might do some delays. We're going to be hanging out here, running away from battles for a little bit. Hopefully we don't get stuck in any of these image fights. This is why I normally have more delay at the start, so that I'm coming into this floor at a better time. Means I have to do a wizard fight, but takes away a couple of these other ones. So we're gonna get rid of that battle. That was wizards upstairs. Then we have cockatrice, wizard downstairs. Although there's a Spectre Geist fight coming up. I'm gonna attempt the cockatrices. Cockatrice, wizard, and then the giant fight. Because I don't want to do Spectre Geist. Really don't want to do cockatrices either. Why can't you run, Dan 1? Who broke your legs? That was not bad. Not bad. Okay, cockatrice number 2. I'm actually going to kill these things. I think that's reasonable to expect to be able to beat 2 cockatrices. It's unreasonable. Very unreasonable run. Run away. Actually, we'll go. Dan 4 will miss out. That'll pay for my soft potion at least, I think. Oh, only half a soft potion. Better not drink it all, Dan 4. Okay, now we got a wizard fight, which is, in theory, not too bad. Alright, this is pretty bad. Didn't want 4 wizards. Oh, Dan 4, why are you so terrible? Alright, at least we killed 1 wizard. 1 wizard down. I should go ahead, MTI. I'm a 99% positive I re-enabled the ability to post links. So there should be no problem posting links again. The 4 wizard stream. If we had 4 wizards, oh man. This would be a way faster and less ogre intensive category to do. Alright, mummy image, giant troll downstairs. Alright, those are all fine. Those are all fine. Annoying, but fine. And you gonna wake up? Nope. Dan 2's getting some rest before the Lich fight starts. Again, I'm not sure how valuable it is to get this experience because we could easily just die at Lich. In fact, I should just run from these mummies rather than waste time on it. It wouldn't be a ban, it would be just a timeout for a link post. Which, again, I'm pretty sure has been turned off. There was a short period where there was some spam bots going around, so I turned it on. And then I checked because somebody else said they wanted to post a link to make sure that that would not be a problem. Alright, so Dan 2 in the front. He is my sacrificial Dan. Here we go, Lich time. So we can definitely survive Ice 2. Where it gets dicey is any spells after that. Also, 55 damage is pretty good. Can we keep it up? No, 7. Alright, 62 damage in. 103. 156. Oh man, if we could do that again. And then again, we'll be fine. 161. 163. Alright, damage going down. 180. There's the Ice 2. 182. I'm just going to go for it, because I don't think that drinking potions here is going to really help me. Crits are going to really help me. 189. Dan 2 and Dan 1 both very, very perilous. 190. 196. All my crits are gone. Somebody dropped the crits on the floor. 200. We're finally halfway. Lich is being so nice. He is not using spells. There we go. That was a big crit. 297 now. 299. 364. 366. We can get him this round. We can get him this round. Terminated. Lich goes down. Alright, Lich is out of the way. That was a big one. We had a very nice start to it. It got really slow after that first round, but we did 40% of his health in round 1. And then we were really, really nail-biting for a while. He was very cooperative, so he's got a high chance of using a spell every round. Which if he just blasts through his spells, you got 4 turns before you're going to be party wiped. 5 turns at most, because he's got Ice 2, Lit 2, and Fire 2 all queued up, and there's 2 status effect spells before that, Sleep and Hold. And then when he was doing the physical attacks, it wasn't paralyzing, which is another problem that you can have. Meltdown, thank you very much for the subscription there. Glad you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope that you enjoy those emotes arriving shortly. Well, to Crescent Lake we go. This is a shock. So Crescent Lake will pick up the canoe, then we can start trying to take on Ordeals. Ordeals, we're going there for getting the Zeus Gauntlet and the Heal Staff and the Gold Bracelet. Those will help us a lot in Ice Cave. Don't worry, Empty Eye. I'm sure we'll have many heinous deaths to make up for that Lich fight. They'll be particularly cruel. And possibly graphic. Alright, these are bad fights, but just gonna run from everything. Maybe I could take some troll fights. Got some troll and bull fights if we come in good quantities. Like these guys. Let's go for the troll first. In theory, the troll should be less of a problem because he's got his attacks spread across 3 hits, and our silver braces are going to be benefiting from that. But for some reason, it feels like the trolls do cause more trouble than the bulls do. So where are we towards level 16? We're about halfway to 16 now. Probably won't pick up in Ordeals. Because I'll be trying not to get very many zombies. Let's see if we can kill giants. I think we can. It's just a painful process, which I didn't want to do Hall Giants because you'd have to deal with the iguanas and you'd have to walk really far to get your healing done. But here by Crescent Lake, these guys shouldn't be bad. Let's put 2 up there. So that's 6 attacks I got queued up on Top Giant. Alright, 5 attacks was enough. Dan 2 will be fine. He is fine. Man, those giants are good experience, though. Really good experience. Now, to acquire more potions. Need to go ahead and refill on these things. I'm good for cabins for right now. I bought a bunch thinking I was going to do more mummy grinding after Vampire. But Lich at 15 was super smooth. Hey, Visk, welcome in. If a 4th Thief run is a break, you must be playing a pretty bad game. Go ahead and fill up my potions here. Should be... I think I need to buy like 45, because we did use a lot in Earth Cave. What's the next play? Silly or extremely silly? Extremely silly. We're going to follow the speedrun route. Go to Ordeals, get the Zeus Gauntlet, Heal Staff, and Gold Bracelet. Go to Ice Cave right away. Well, I would really like to have 301 health for Ice Cave. That would actually make a really big difference in the eye fight. But with the Zeus Gauntlet, I'll be able to grind much faster. So I will definitely want to get Zeus as quickly as I can. Yeah, right now we are at 260 to 280, so the next strong level up, which is no more than, I think, 3 levels, should be putting me over 300. You need some zombie D. I mean, the zombie Ds hopefully are not going to be too bad. I am kind of worried about them. The Zombies, though, are more of a worry, because I'm not going to have the Zeus in time to do those fights. Here we go. So I think I get another troll fight here. Forget if there's a Cobra Scorpion coming up or not. Troll fight. Has named item ever led me astray? I'm not sure if I understand the question box typing, Nick. Okay, we have 25, 24. Those are both good. Hey, no sense of style. If these Danes have stolen your heart, that's the first thing they've stolen. They've been awful. Really, really abysmal, but that's what you expect when you play with Thieves. Alright, just go ahead and punch the odd eye in case we fail to run. I still really am gun-shy about odd eyes. I got rid of them from the single segment route because they're just so awful to deal with. Their paralyzation is like a really, really big headache. Alright, looks like we should be good to make a walk to Ordeals here. Drop 10 down, see if we make it all the way to the castle or not. We do. Okay, so I go in at encounter 3, I believe. Then I have to fight a Medusa, but that is the only bad fight. Is this the Zeus Gauntlet mission? Yes. We will be getting a Zeus Gauntlet. Plus a gold bracelet and a heal staff. Those are all really useful items. Right, there's 2 skips. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go in right away because that's the Argwells at the start. So we have Whiz Mummy, which we can run away from. We got Zombo, which we can't. We're hoping for getting a pretty small pack of Zombos. A 1 Zombo fight would be really good. Single segment 4 Dans. If I can pick the character classes for the Dans, maybe. If it's 4 Thieves, I don't think single segment's gonna be the best idea. You could do it. Like, just means that you can't reset for any reason whatsoever, which is basically impossible. But in theory, you could do it. Ooh, if I wanted to grab the Zeus Gauntlet early. Oh. Oh, I could do Medusa. Rather than delay. Because Medusas, we got soft potions. We can deal with these things. Hey, Yorick, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. And I shouldn't need the extra steps, so I'm going to avoid the Nightmare Fight on the way back. There's my heal staff. That's such a nice item. I don't know what you're doing with that other silver knife. So right now you're at 43... 48. Yeah, you got a while before the silver knife comes into play. There's going to be a period of time where the silver knife is nice because you get to get 3 attacks per round a little bit sooner. Nope, not that. There you go. Gold bracelet equipped. Upgrading my defense from 15 to 24. Alright, so if I had gone back and doubled through the Nightmare fight again, I think I would have gotten the Zeus Gauntlet before that Medusa fight. But either way, we're fine. We are fine. Put that on Dan 4. Now I actually have to kind of care about what order my Dans are in. Just so I know where the items are. And 1 zombie, that's perfect. I'm going to Zeus, see how much damage that does compared to our regular attacks. 37 with the rune sword. Zeus is doing 57, so beats that by a bit. 24 with the falchion, and 34 with the coral sword. So yeah, Zeus is probably better than the weapons. I'll actually want to have that on Dan too, because he's got the worst sword. Easy fight. There we go, 1 tail obtained. Now, what do I need for my next level up? 2,000 experience or so. 3,000 for one of the Dans. Alright, we can grind that pretty fast. When we use the tail, that'll be sitting in our inventory for a while. I do not plan on using the tail. Alright, looks like we can take on worms. Looks like worms are not a problem. Peninsula of Power is interesting here. We get a Zeus Gauntlet, which there's a couple of formations in Peninsula of Power that's going to really help with. And I still want to have 301 hit points for Ice Cave. Oh yeah, that was 600. That is 10 mummies, or 8 mummies worth of experience points. Delicious. Where's the best place to do this? So I'm going to be coming up here. I can hit the bottom of Elfland, grab the heal potions, maybe some more cabins. I'm gonna take Peninsula Power from the top side. Probably the best way to go. What I have to do is not use any heal potions so that I don't need to refill them before doing, Well, actually, I could just walk to provoke. I could walk to provoke if I use any heal potions at Peninsula Power. Should work out fine. I think one soft potion. So I should still be in pretty good shape for those. I'll buy a couple just because we have copious amounts of money. This is before even doing our Agama grind. We get even more money from an eye grind, but that'd be ridiculous. I think if I did an eye grind, I would hit the gold cap before getting one character to 50. Next grind target is going to be Peninsula of Power until we get 301 hit points on all the thieves, and then it'll be Ice Cave after that. So I'm trying to position myself so I don't have to do a lot of travel in between the two. I don't even know why I go to the end. Like, a tent would be fine. A tent would be perfectly adequate for saving my progress. You're supposed to get 100 tents, you get 99 tents. We had 99 tents earlier, and I've been using them up. Oh, if you already have 99 and you pick... If you open a chest containing them, it's just gone. You lose it. There's no benefit to having opened up the chest in that case. Unlike Randomizer, which will, in the old one, I think it just didn't let you open it. And the new one will give you a value that's more than 99, and it'll start having incorrect displays on it. Alright, do I have a Peninsula of Power chart anywhere here for encounters? I don't think I do. But I know it starts Zombull, and then I think Giant, and then Zombull again, and then Frostwoes after that. Which we will see how this goes. It'll be a slaughter either way. I just don't know if it's a slaughter for us or for them. Sure, this will work. Okay, let's start with the Zombull, see how this goes. 3 Zombulls in a troll. Alright, this is gonna be painful. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's with a gold bracelet on. Might need smaller quantities, or really good lit 2s. Really good lit 2s makes up for a lot. It should guarantee we kill the troll. It should kill bottom left Zombull, and then upper right Zombull should be the only one left alive after the end of this. Oh, we didn't kill the troll. We killed the troll. Alright, I think with Zeus Gauntlet, Peninsula Power is open for business. Max level in the original Final Fantasy is 50. The remakes moved it up to 99, but the original was 50. Alright, 2 giants. Should be doable with the Zeus Gauntlet now. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage on the side. Basically, that Falchion user went from being kind of useless to being super buff here. Not sure if this is going to kill either of them this round. It'll be close if we get a good Lit 2 roll. It was close. We're like 30 off. Alright, how's our levels looking? Okay, everybody's gonna level up on this Zombull fight coming up. Assuming we get a reasonable number of them. That is a reasonable number, so let's see if we can survive. Alright, upper right's got the most damage so far. I'll have everybody focus fire on bottom left and see if we get good rolls in the next round. Hey, poor Scythe, welcome in. Thank you much for the host there, and we are doing some 4 Thieves here in Final Fantasy 1 NES tonight. Hope you are going to enjoy some grinding, because we got a lot of battles to get these Thieves up and practically useful. I hope you had an enjoyable stream before this as well, watching Poor Scythe. Here we go, level 16. Ah, Dan 1 missed out. Okay, we're not getting a strong level up there, so no real help for our HP yet. Okay, thanks, Porthos, and thanks again for the host. Well, over right now, we just hit level 16. What a nice set of Frost Wolves. Rarely heard statement. Alright, so after those first 4 battles, I don't remember what is coming up for Peninsula Power, but we at least get 4 in a row that I can reasonably count on there. It's not necessarily the best to do just the Zombull Troll like you would normally for Peninsula Power, because you have no source of fire or harm. So you don't have the normally really super overpowered moves to use against them. So a lot of these other encounters are actually relatively better than it would normally be for a Peninsula Power trip. Hey, Sarzad, welcome in. We got first try Vampire, first try Lich, and first try Zombie D. So we're having a good time here in this one. We are getting ready to go to Ice Cave, and I want to have 301 hit points for Ice Cave so that we can survive XXXX, which we just hit level 16. I think level 18 should be enough for that. Hey, Star Soul Killer. You have stepped into a fabulous adventure. There are many Dans and many Thieves. Right. I mean, we're getting almost 1,000 experience per fight, so it's like a dozen fights or so per level up. Alright, so Giants was 5, and then Giants are 6. So Zomble, Giant, Zomble, Frostwolf, Giant, Giant so far. Normally not this far into Peninsula Power, so I don't have them memorized. That was a wimpy lit 2 roll there. Could ask her for a refund on that one. Still a pretty good experience. Alright, next up after the pair of giants is what? At some point there's going to be a Tyro. Which this party is actually not very well equipped to handle. Single target damage we are weak at. We're doing really good thanks to the Zeus Gauntlet. But here we go, let's see if we can beat a Tyro. Compare the swords to the zaps. Swords are doing pretty good. I think this might be a whole day type of fight. Some vicious wildlife poaching Dans have slaughtered the noble Tyro. He's actually a really good experience. Like, a Tyro fight is the same as like 4 giants for XP. Definitely happy to have him. Oh, there's Frost Breath. Oh, that's so much damage. Now, outside of Ice Cave, it's actually not too bad because you could just heal it up with a couple tents. Inside of Ice Cave, that is devastating. I think I just used a house. I don't really care. But I should remember that. I want to get my houses down to 0. Am I grinding Peninsula Power with 4 Thieves? You bet I am. I mean, now that we have the Zeus Gauntlet, this is actually quite reasonable. Before Zeus Gauntlet, we would have had a really hard time doing these fights. You can see how much damage this Zeus does. Low rolled there, but we can still get him. There we go. And then one more hit in on the Zomble. Why not get rid of houses? House it up. Give me my heal potions back in the bottom left. That'll be good up through the time that we get the floater, because that'll push the items one over to the right again. Also, we're really, really rich, thanks to the Thieves not needing any equipment. Well, they need equipment, they just can't get it. Frostwolf, only worth 1.5 Grogers. Barely registering on the excitement meter for these stands. Alright, that's a little bit more exciting. We'll skip that battle. A little bit too exciting. Well, I should check while these combats are going on. Which level is the strong level up for the Thieves? Level 18. Alright, so level 18 they get a strong level up, which means that they have a big boost to their hit point total. That's probably where the 300 mark will be crossed. So I have to get all the way through 17, which is another 4,000 some experience, and then through 18, which is going to be like another 9 or 10,000. But we're getting like 1,000 experience per fight, so it's going pretty fast. You know what? I'm just going to skip Frost Wolves. Pretend like those Frost Wolves didn't happen. Yeah, here at Peninsula Power, you get some good XP. It's all about being strong enough, though, to survive the fights. How do you reset the RNG to avoid fights? Just press the reset button on your console. If you've saved the game, then it'll skip past that encounter. Let's get some more of those delicious tyros. Frost Wolves, we'll skip them. I mean, only 100 experience points per Frost Wolf. It's kind of like a bit of a letdown compared to everything else here. Ooh, that's not letdown. This is 1,025 experience total. These zombies are loaded for XP. They hurt a lot, though. This is why, if you got fired to or harmed to, the #1 fight you want is 4 zombies. You can survive this at those low levels that you normally come to Peninsula Power at. It's almost like 1 level up per battle. And then after a little while, it's two battles per level up. And then very, very quickly, you'll be able to take on Lich and friends without having to do 5 hours of ogre grinding, as we had to do. $1,050. I said 1,025. I undersold them. Alright, I'll take 4 giants. That'll be another 880 or so experience points. Remember those days of ogres, 49 experience points at a time? Those were happy times. Is the total experience gained then divided by 4, or is the experience shown the experience per person? It's the experience per person. So if you have dead characters, you'll notice the numbers are much larger than are normally printed out. That's because you are getting less experience splitting happening. Gold totals, because there is no splitting of that, is always just the raw amount. Almost used the tail. It does not do anything, but you can try to click it on the menu. Okay, some more giants there. I like the strategy of killing one giant off the start, because that seems to work really nicely to reduce the damage that you take. And pretty consistently you can get a giant down. After that, having to split your party a little bit is tougher on the totals. Right, so we need to get bottom left giant with more damage than upper right. So I'll do 2 down there and 1 up there. Not quite. We're really close to getting both of these. Oh, that's fine. Dan 2 is the worst off for HP, and since I got items that heal everybody equally. As long as nobody dips below that, we're not using any extra resources. What does it say if you click it on the menu? I mean, I can go click on the menu again for you. If you would like to see what the tail says. It says, ooh, it stinks. Hey, it's Tyro again. Delicious, delicious Tyro meat, unlike that stinky tail. Oh, I should do just physical attacks. Well, Balshind is so much worse than those other swords. Probably should still Zeus. Ooh, 3-round Tyro. He was a tough one. Why is a rat tail a proof of curse when you fight dinosaurs? Maybe it's a dinosaur rat. Hey, Packers, welcome in. Back to the Giants. This is probably so ultra greedy that I shouldn't even think about it. Yeah, this is not going to work. I'm going to kill one giant here. Hey, Chaos. Yeah, once we finished Ordeals, I had some more improved gear. The gold bracelet and the Zeus gauntlet are really helping out here. Which is why we're now able to take on Peninsula Power Room before we had to fight mummies. Dan 2's taken way less damage with the gold bracelet than he would have before. 9 damage reduction per hit. The first time gold bracelet's been in a run? No, I always get the gold bracelet in Ordeals. Alright, there's half of our team leveled up to 17. And as expected, not much HP growth, but 18, which is going to be in a little bit less than 11,000 experience, will be where we get the big stuff. So, could be done in a dozen or so battles, probably closer to 18 more fights to go. Just think of it, we are only 220 ogres away from that level up. Hey, don't pick on Dan 2. He barely did anything wrong. What would I call the Peninsula Power Split? I used to have one. I'm trying to think about what the name of it was. Way long ago. When I first did the original marathon route, it actually did go to Peninsula Power, which got me extra levels before Lich, which also was backed up by going to Crescent Lake before Lich, so I could get the silver gear. It was a really easy Earth Cave, because I just plowed through the fights with the really good gear, and a couple extra levels, and never had a problem with it. But it's a slow process. You have to manipulate out the Zombo troll fights, which takes a lot of resets. You might get unlucky, it costs you a bunch of houses, so the startup costs are high, and it's a long walk up here. And so Peninsula Power is pretty much the first thing that got cut as I developed the marathon route further. And it got replaced first with a mummy grind, and then later with nothing at all. Just as I got better Earth Cave routes, it became possible to do Earth Cave at lower and lower levels. And as for Dan 1 and Dan 4, I don't trust those guys. Dan 3 needs to be the airship driver. He's the only responsible Dan so far. The rest of them look pretty shady and also slightly drunk. Does Dan 3 get the Bane Sword? Heck no. You gotta give that to the most irresponsible person you could think of. The Bane Sword's sole value is being misused. Use the Bane Sword on Warmac. I mean, you do have a 3 in 256 chance of it working. That is better than many other plans when you've got 4 Thieves on your team. That's right, just ignore Dan 2. Been a while since we saw Frost Wolves. I'm getting the feeling that there might be a clump of them coming up. Two down here, one up there. Should be able to get them both this round. If we rolled better on the Zuscarlo, we could have gotten them both that round. That is clearly Dan 2's fault. Even if we succeed, it's still Dan 2's fault. Yeah, without the Zeus Gauntlet up DI, this would not be possible. Zeus Gauntlet and Gold Bracelet are really helping out. How are we doing on experience? So about a third of the way through. We got 2 hit, 1 hit, 0 hits. Let's even those up. So that's 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. And with good lit 2 rolls, Dan 2 can do amazing things here. Well, there goes the amazing things. Maybe we could kill 2 giants at least. Alright. We killed one giant. Sometimes you gotta take small partial victories. Just a minute, yeah, we want to get 301 health for the eye, which is level 18 it should happen at. The 301 makes me immune to XXXX. It also makes it so I've got a lot more of a buffer for dealing with the ice cave monsters. Magic defense is out of 200. So it's not as high as you would think, but the Lit 2 and Fire 2 spells only have an accuracy of like 32 or 40 or so. Somewhere in that range. And so as a result, the giants are more likely than not able to block them. Like late game, if we max out a thief, get him to level 50, he should have 113 magic defense, I think. And that is just enough to get like a 50% chance of not getting crit by nuke. I think it's slightly lower. It's like a 45% chance of not getting crit. Turns out, Thief magic defense sucks. They're one of the slowest magic defense growth classes in the game. Oh yeah, there's that quad zombie again. Such a delicious fight, but so very, very dangerous. I like Thieves or Bards better. There's not a lot of Bards in Final Fantasy 1. I think if you played a team of all Bards, you'd be having a hard time getting gear. Even harder time than the Thieves. These have been very cooperative zombies. Easily could have splattered Dan too, at any point during that fight. Edward made nothing work, and you know it. Not a thing involving Edward works at all. Also, we're halfway to level 18 now. I think I got enough cabins. I may be just a little bit short. But that's okay. We can get more cabins and provoke and come back up here. Also, for a really long time, I thought the giants were like super fat and had this big belly hanging off the side. Turns out they're just dancing. It's their leg that is being raised up. And that's just impossible to see in the detail before you have like the super sharp clarity of like RGB modded NESs. It's really amazing the things that you can see in this game once you have like actual good graphics for the sprites instead of the big shimmering composite mess. Hey Cypher, welcome in. If you're asking what's wrong, it's probably involving Dan. Oh yeah, Dapper got updated a while ago. I decided to redraw it because the original design was intentionally supposed to be MS Paint-like. Like it was part of the gag for it. But that was a really big pain when I wanted to do any modifications to it. So I went back and did a nice drawing for it, for the Dapper emote. It's actually hard to make things look intentionally bad, because if you want to do, like, I want to move around the cropping for it, or change some of the shading on it, it's basically all custom done. Whereas normally you have some little bit of templating based on whatever paint program that you have for, like, shading and lighting and things like that. About 3,000 experience remains. Could be done in 3 battles if we get lucky. 4 battles. I think we will have enough cabins after all, looking at my total. It'll be close, but we can do it. When I get my my cabin and tent inside of Ice Cave, so I'll be able to save afterwards, even if we're down to 0 beforehand. But if we're down to 0, then I think my heal potions are in a bad spot. I need to save 1 item. I need to save 1 cabin. Then we're good. Nice, Marfamania. Hope you got a good Kung Fu performance in there. That's a very subtly difficult game. It's super short, but also has, like, very, very small margins for errors in a lot of the moves in it. $345, that's not bad. Not quite Mario 1 level of optimized, but it's still a very tight game for running. Come on, Dan 2, deliver with that Zeus Gauntlet. There you go, 1 and 2. Now we're getting really close on the XP totals. Alright, that's only going to be about 500. So that one's not going to move it. We still need, I think, 2 more battles after this. Oh, and then Dan 1 probably needs another battle after that. Dan 1 had some accidents. He fell down a lot of stairs. Stream. Thanks for hanging out, and hopefully you can be back for more 4 Thieves later tonight. See if we get a better second round here. We're dangerously looking at a 3-round Tyro. Hey, King Booty, welcome in. The 3-round Tyro is shame. I believed in the dance and they let me down. It wasn't even close. 3.5 rounds of Tyro. There we go. Dan 2, level 18. Oh, 292. He doesn't have enough. Dan 4, though, 307. He's good. So, yeah, looks like we are going to be on the border. But I've got at least one person that will be able to survive XXXX. If I get 2 that can do it, then I'm happy. Because it'd be a long time before another strong level up happened. And we get very small HP gains on the regular level ups. You have to have 301 for XXXX to be safe. There is no roll. It is automatic. Let's get the rest of our 18s. So Dan 3, 290 is not enough. And 304, he's good. Alright, so we have 2 out of the 4 that got high enough HP totals to survive XXXX. Does Ribbon block it? Yes. Anything that blocks death will block it. So Ribbon, Pro Ring, White Shirt, those are all effective countermeasures. That's why later on when you fight the Eye at Sky Castle, it's no threat at all, because everybody's got Pro Rings in normal games. They may not all have Pro Rings in this game, because I don't have enough slots for them. But in a normal game, they'd all have Pro Rings. Alright, to the ice cave we go. This'll have to do. I think it'll be enough. We got a good team. Well, we got Dan's in charge. We got the team that we came with. So let's put gold on Dan 4. And Dan 4 is gonna go in the front. And Dan 1 up here. Dan 3 there. So 4, 1, 3, 2, I think, is the right order. Zeus's last spot. High HP in the front. Alright. Anything can get through resistances. It's 356 to do so. So very uncommon, but does not matter what the spell is. Alright, Epic Name Bro, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so I got my typical entrance into Ice Cave is on 2 battles in. That does require some delays to pick up items. So I'm going to pick up the items even though I don't need them. And we'll see how this goes. Don't remember if I'm supposed to get the gold on the top floor. But I know I need to get the flame sword. 99 heals, 10 softs, should be good. Okay, so normally, Ice Cave starts off cockatrice, cockatrice, cockatrice. So we're going to get rid of 2 of those battles. Unfortunately, we can't get rid of the 3rd, because it will cause us to have a bad encounter on the 3rd floor if we do so. Hey, Iron Tiger, welcome in. It's going pretty good, because we're at the Ice Cave. I did not expect to be here this fast. Like, we're what, like 3 hours past Astos? 3 hours and 20 minutes past Astos. And we're already at the Ice Cave. Not to say that we will beat the Ice Cave, but we're here. And I think we got a shot. Anything is fast when you're talking about 4 Thieves. There's the Wraith encounter. We have a lot of really dangerous undead fights. Normally I would have Fire 2 to help me out. So this is a particularly perilous stretch. And we have a bunch of Frost Giants with this route through here. It's probably not as good as the single segment route for survivability. We'll get faster after class change. That is a big assumption that we're going to class change. It is 4 Thieves and not 4 Ninjas after all. Alright, so here we grab Flame Sword because it's required by the step count. Oh, and we get double Frostwolved. Hopefully they don't Frost Breath us. We can survive it. I probably shouldn't worry too much. This and the Wizards are the only 2 unrunnables in the Ice Cave that we need to worry about. Well, this guy's gonna show up 3 times, and hopefully we don't get double Frostwolfed every single one. Flame Sword is totally useless, but again, I've got steps in my route to keep a line to. Oh, that's a little bit dead. We do have a better chance than normal of resisting paralysis. Just doesn't always work. As your level goes up, you get more magic defense, and the magic defense stat is what determines how good status elements affect you. Also, we're higher level, which means running should work more often. Seen somebody do 1 Thief. There was somebody earlier in the chat that has done 1 Thief. Plus, Jay Cooper has done 1 Thief, if you are familiar with his channel. Easier to solo than to quad because of the experience gain. That is definitely true for like the black belt, who really is super level dependent. Maybe some of the mages as well, because if they can get spells, they can get really powerful. Although the spells do kind of cap out after a while, where you're not getting much utility. Oh, I should have probably gone for the money, because that's part of the normal route. Delaying here to make up for the fact that I didn't pick up a bunch of cash. We get 2 Arbone fights. I'm making up the route at this point. Hopefully it goes well. I'm gonna get some cash here because I got time. I've done 4 Weight Mages a couple times. That one is actually much faster. I've got a video up about 10 hours for a 4-Weight Mage run. You can certainly get faster with 4 Thieves than I'm doing now, but this was a good first effort for putting this together. I don't know why I got the Ice Shield. I'm going to throw that away. Oh. What I'm going to do, in case we class change and want to get ninjas, I'm going to not pick up the Ice Shield. Just to be super safe. I'm being paranoid about it. Plus it'll let me get the money on the 3rd floor and get the route that way. That way I have to make up what the steps are. This particular path through the ice cave is back from the marathon route. So normally what I'd be doing here is grabbing the cash to get the bottle, and the thieves don't really care about it because they're already rich. But the rest of the team makes a difference. Okay, 4, 1, 3, 2. We're gonna keep that order. Wraith encounter. We have our image wraith fights, and then the frost giant fight before we drop down. Yeah, solo fighter does really well because the fighter's got just great equipment and great stats. He's very, very powerful as he levels up. The red mage, I think, is easier to get started, but he will suffer a little bit of a roadblock in the higher levels. His big advantage over the fighter, though, is he gets fast. So he's able to fast himself, and that does make a big difference on the boss fights. Hey, this time, no frost wolves. I mean, see, there are many Dans here. He's the Dan of many trades. We actually don't need our HP super high because the eye is all about instant death fights. So you either get dead, stoned, or survive and win easily. Okay, this time I'm going to pick up the treasures. So these treasures are not in single segment, which is why I wasn't thinking about grabbing them. But being part of the old route, I think it'll help out my step count to do this. Down here. Over to the left, grabbing 5 chests. The last chest, which I don't pick up, is guarded by Frostwolves. And you really don't want to fight more Frostwolves than necessary. It's the same Frostwolf encounters I had back in Peninsula Power, which were hefty-sized groups of those guys. It is not even a few hundred gold. It is a really, really bad treasure chest. You absolutely do not want to get it. Unless you're playing randomizer, in which case the Frostwolves probably don't have any real attack anyway. Going from being super mean to basically the easiest stuff. Same thing as sorcerers. Randomizer will make some monsters completely flip around in terms of their difficulty. We get those, and we get these two here. That's basically a pro ring worth of cash right there. And the Wraith fight, which we can skip, and then I think there's a Frost Giant fight before we leave. That puts me on track to get a single Arbone upstairs, which this time we are not going to pick up the Ice Shield. Oh man, double Frostwolf again. 0, 1, or 2, so not like it's particularly unusual odds to see both of them. Ambushing mage rubbing your whole party. Yeah, the mages are one of those formations that have an enormous ambush rate. And they normally open up with Rub and Fire 3 and other nasty stuff that will really wreck you. Even in the remakes, mages are a bit of a pain. Except, what they did in the remakes is they swapped around some of the ambush chances for the monsters that had really high ones to be very likely to get first striked. So you actually can just run away from the mages most of the time. Oh, I don't remember now if I get this chest as well in this route. I'm going to go grab it, and we'll see if we get like a Gurpeat or something at the end. Gurpeat's not too bad to deal with. He's by himself and we can run from him. Oh yeah, we are definitely off. Definitely off, so we're going to get that Gurpeat. Oh, I hope we don't get the mage. That would be bad. It's not very many steps to get down to third floor. We have to get all the way across with only getting one encounter. I get the feeling I should not have picked up that 10,000 gold until the second loop through. Levi's shield behind. You guys back over 300. Other ones don't matter. And our friend the Eye making his first appearance. XXXX, we laugh at that. 75% of the time. 25% of the time would be a bit of a problem. Alright, how much do I want to chance getting maged? I'm gonna try to play it safe. This may backfire though. Oh yeah, this was a really long walk. We may have backfired it. I'm gonna get 2 encounters burned off here. That gets rid of the mage fight. And then I have 2 fights before the next mage fight happens. One of them's gonna be a frost giant, one's gonna be an Arbone. Yeah, I think I would have had the steps. Would have had the steps. Should have trusted the route being... No! Ooh, that would have been close. That would have been like a mage right at the exit. Okay. I feel better about doing that now. There are a bunch of damage tiles, so it's not that far to get to the exit, but I think it would have been tight. There goes the Frost Breath. Alright, so as long as we don't have anybody die to the giant, I think we're in good shape for the rest of the way through. Ah, should have Zeused. Need some hits to make up for that. Yeah, not quite enough. We will double down on our mistakes. Don't Zeus 2 times in a row. Paid off. In theory, I don't need the healing. In practice, I should heal. Do we get our bones? Alright, we're fine. We'll get, 1 wizard pack upstairs. This gets rid of a wizard pack, which is why I'm doing the fight down here. think we still get another wizard pack. It depends on where this next battle is. Oh, we're good. Made it out. Yeah, I want to get rid of... I don't know if I want to get rid of tent quite yet. We'll find out in a second. Save the time. Alright, so... we got a floater. Let's go grab our airship, and then we get our next bit of defense. Can finally get those pro rings for the team. And we can also get some really nice items that are just sitting around for the taking. Can go do waterfall and grab the wizard staff there. That makes carry relatively doable. We get a ribbon for the first time. That is huge to have a ribbon in this particular party setup. And we'll get a defense sword, which we will use to cast ruse on ourselves. That's a lot of caribou, but I don't care, because we're about to get a way better monster to grind on. Once we clear out carry, I can do an Agama grind. I'm not sure what level I need to beat carry. It's going to depend a lot on how effective the wizard staff is. We get lucky with the wizard staff confusing. We could be doing carry right at this level without having to level up again. That's right, Tokyo. We get an Agama grind, too. We had the Grimp grind, the Ogre grind, the Mummy grind, the Peninsula Power grind, and the Agama grind. Every single speedrun grind that you could possibly do. We'll probably do a little bit of Mirage Tower. Well, depends on how the Agamas go. I think that we'll definitely want to grind one person for the Agamas to 50. Whether we want to do more people than that, I don't know. Not quite certain yet. Hey, Greenleaf, do we get a heal grind? We've done a couple of heal grinds. I have used at least 1,000 heal potions. Maybe more. But welcome in. Hope you're having a good night here. Alright, let's bring up our airship and not get class changed. Feels so weird. Okay, so we're gonna go... I think the party is gonna be... Actually, we don't need the bottle. Do I need the bottle? Bottle gets me... Mage Staff. Gets me a light axe. Gets me an opal bracelet, which is pretty good. I think I want the opal bracelet at least. So I will invest in one of those. I mean, it's the same price as a gold bracelet. So, well worth it. Let's go ahead and pop that bottle. Might as well do it right away. Can I sell the Flame and Ice swords? Would I ever need those for Ninja? No, I don't think I would. Sun defense and katanas are better. So see you later, Flame sword. See you later, Ice sword. You will be missed. Alright, let's look at my armor loadout. So if I went... Oh, I can get rid of these gloves. It's like, where do I put the pro rings? Answer in the glove slots. That was an easy one to answer. I can afford 2 gold bracelets right now. Which is actually all I need, because we have opal bracelet coming up for one person. Yeah, there we go. Bottle, pro rings, gold bracelets. We're done with armor shopping for the entire game. And I have not even started the Agama grind. Where did they get the steel? At level 55. Okay, so this is going to be a bad shop for heal potions because it's in the middle. We're going to not get it here. Instead, we'll pick up our heal potions at maybe Coneria. Do we actually need to do that? Or I get the cube. I can do a couple things. We'll worry about Waterfall first. Top half of Sea Shrine. I need to get maybe a little bit into Mirage. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do before the Agama grind. Alright, so we've done our shopping there. Let's go ahead over here. Frigator's kind of dangerous. Actually, a lot of aquatic creatures here are kind of dangerous. 66 heal potions should be enough for going through these. I need to do Waterfall and top FSC shrines. We're not going to fight Kraken. Oh, how do I get the second ribbon out? That's kind of a pain. Do I need the second ribbon? What if I did one ribbon for Gargoo? That should be enough. Ribbon, wizard staff, defense sword, opal bracelet, and then we can Agama grind after that. Because I don't know where I'm in the encounter, so I'm going to reset. We'd have been really far away from Gasty, but just in case. Going in is not going to be a problem. It's the normal nightmares, mummies, and mud gulls. But then we have to go back out, because we do not have the warp spell. Alright, Marfmania, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Waiting for Out of Bounds Battle. Alright, that's a good choice. Highly advisable. Hopefully he shows up. Maybe he's been stolen. It is a distinct possibility. Oh man, these gold bracelets are so nice. We finally have more defense and pro rings. That increased our defense by 16. Is that correct? Yeah, 16. He is Out of Bounds Bat here. I don't see him. No. Where are you, Out of Bounds Bat? We need you. We need you almost as much as we need these whiz mummies. This is 2 Agamas worth of experience. Can't say no to that. I probably should say no to that, but I can't. Physically incapable. The Dans can definitely take a few hits. They may not survive them, but they can take a lot of hits. Alright, Marfmania, you'll miss out on the return trip to see if Out of Bounds Bat has made his appearance. But that's okay, you can go now. Oh, delicious experience. Alright, there's Wizard Staff. There's my ribbon. Unnecessary amounts of cash. There's the cube. And once this robot gets out of the way, we'll get some more cash and the defense sword, which I'm going to give to Front Thief. He can't use it, but something for him to have. And I guess Wizard Staff there. Will we ever need that silver knife? I don't think it's going to come in much use. I should probably put the ribbon on as well. That gets rid of your cap. I don't want a lot of cockatrices. It may be an Agam half worth of experience, but it's a dangerous Agam and a half. It's actually extremely uncommon to get birds in NES. In the remakes, that's reversed. They actually prioritize bird placement over mummy placement. Come on, Out of Bounds Bat. No, he's not here. He got bored and left. Alright, now it's safe to assume that we're not going to see him. Peerless are fine. We don't have to worry about being squinted. Alright, some good damage there. They're actually weak to ice, so they are particularly susceptible to Black Shirt. The only one that doesn't do much damage to them is the Maid Staff, because they are fire-based. Good, I got some practice doing this backwards. Very, very uncommon to do this way through the waterfall. Alright, so that's waterfall out of the way. Still trying to think about, do I want to get the second ribbon? I don't think I need it. We will, we'll try carry with the current team setup. Got a Wizard Staff, we got a Heal Staff. And we'll have one ribbon to keep a fighter, or keep an attacker alive. Can't keep a fighter alive because we don't have any of those. Trying to think about where my heal potions are going to end up. We're going to get the slab and then get rid of the slab. Actually, I won't get rid of the slab yet. So my heal potions will be there, and then my house and they'll be there. Alright. Got a plan. I've got a plan. A lot of experience. A lot of very dangerous experience right there. Brigader and Arquebu are surprisingly good to fight, if you can survive the battles. Alright, so we need a house. That should be everything we need. And I'm going to in here, and then I'm going to have to just totally improv this, because this is a really weird situation. No warp spells, and we need to get the light axe and the maid staff. We will get the opal bracelet when we go to the mermaid floor. But on the floor below it, it's maid staff and light axe I need to do. Oh. What's my entry point? Let me check that. Should have an old list for Sea Shrine. Enter on 4. Okay, we'll try it. We'll see what that gives me. This was designed to not have a bunch of whiz-sag fights when you're going down to Kraken, but because I'll be on floors at different times, it may not work. There's 3 skips, and this will be number 4. I remember this one being like a super long one. Took the scenic route. There we go. Alright, so Sea Shrine, 4 encounters in. To ever my favorite dungeon in the game, even if we have Thieves, it's still a pretty good one. Wonderful music. Pretty good graphics, and I love the design of it, with the 2 different branching paths. Okay, Sea Snake, we can skip that fight. Let's see, what order do I want to do these in? Let's do the mermaid floor first, so I get my opal bracelet and slab out of the way. I really don't want to fight a water elemental. But I guess it's only one, so that's not bad. It could have been 1 to 3. Oh, we do actually do good damage on those guys. Or maybe we just got lucky. Let's see what Dan 1 does. Yeah, we just got lucky. Alright, check that off. Okay, so most of these chests are actually pretty good, but we will skip them. Grab the opal bracelet there, and that replaces my last silver bracelet. Alright, that looks good. Opal, gold, gold, gold. And I don't think it's worth carrying the opal gear out of here, so I'm just going to pick up the slab, and that's it for upstairs. Excellent, get the music loop going there. Music loop going back as well. The rarely heard double music loop. That's actually pretty tight in both directions, so there we go. We got our items up there. Let's grab stuff down here. This is just money, but it's pretty much on the walking path. Over here, we get our mage staff. I don't think the light axe up here is guarded by anything. I think it is just a regular chest. Wonderful. We are definitely outclassed by this Gershark. Normally, Gershark's excellent experience. Maybe take a round to kill. This team is going to have a slightly harder time on him. Kind of dreading how the Agamas are going to go at the start. I imagine the Agamas will be very slow to get started on. Especially solo. There we go. Mage staff acquired. Light axe number 1. The other light axe is downstairs near where the ribbon is. So let's give you mage staff, and you can keep the light axe. Put mage and wizard together. Put mage and wizard together. What does light axe cast when used harm to? Have not seen me use the heal staff much. That is correct. Heal staff is mostly going to be for later in the game, especially Temple of Fiends Revisited. We're gonna sit there and heal staff and heal helmet for a really long time every time we have a fight, because I have basically no healing. Well, I have actually 0 healing, so that's going to be how we get through Temple of Fiends. Oh man, this floor's got Gershark coming up. Beautiful encounter table. You know what? We're about to get Agamas. Well, would be nice to have a level before the Agamas start. I'm not sure if we're going to get one going down to carry if we don't do the battles here. Fighters are at least a little bit easier because they've got way more defense and way more hit points. So you got a big tank. Thieves have a lot of problems. This is one of their very, very large number of problems. Okay, there's our next Gershark fight. It's not a green shark. There's one green shark. He's just hanging out. He's their role model. The Dans are a problem, that is true. That was my first problem. The second problem was them being thieves. Hey, Bobby Badoo, welcome in. You're just in time for us to go attempt carry. We're getting a couple of items from other dungeons to make Gurgir Volcano a little bit easier. And then we get to fight carry. Hopefully carry goes well. And we can do an Agama grind after that. Let's stick around for some more Gersharks. That way I can avoid the Wizhags downstairs. Even with 4 thieves, Wizhag's a bad fight. One more battle to go. And we're doing these at ridiculously low levels. I was not expecting it to go this quickly for this part of the game. But I guess once you are able to get past the Lich in pretty much every category, the game gets much easier for a bit, because you get a big dose of gear, which helps you out a lot. And Lich was kind of a big roadblock, because he goes so aggressive on the spells, where you have to be able to out-damage him in order to survive. The rest of the fiends are a little bit nicer. And remember, thank you much for the subscription there. Glad you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope that you enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. Hey, Godsmack, this is the first Final Fantasy for the NES, being played on a real Nintendo. Done with 4 Thieves as the party, the worst character class of all. We're having a good time doing it. Okay, so there's coming out a Sea Shrine. We've got Top S Sea Shrine done. We've got... You have Maid Staff? Yeah, you got Maid Staff. Top S Sea Shrine, we got Waterfall done. I will get another Light Axe, and I will get a ribbon from bottom half of Sea Shrine. There's nothing in Gurgu that I want, other than experience. And we got the Wizard Staff, so that does... Yeah, I think we can try Carrie. We're going to give Carrie a good, solid effort here. Hopefully it goes well. What is the current level? I believe we are level 18 still. We got level 18 before going to Ice Cave to get resistance to XXXX on a couple people. 2 of the Thieves got over 301, so they were good. And then we have not leveled up since then, although we should be really close. Yeah, we're about to hit 19. Yeah, I was thinking, like, this range would be required just to beat Lich. But we did Lich at 16? Or were we still 15 when we fought Lich? Because he went down first try. I'm actually not going to turn my slab in, because I don't want to give that up quite yet. Let's keep my heal potions in a good spot. So we're going to max out heals, and save the game, go do Gurgu. Should need about 40 heals or so for this. I guess I could turn the slab in and get the chime. And that would keep my heal potions in the same spot. Are any of those items good? Thor Hammer's in there. That's the only one I can get right now without having to go through the Blue D. If I go upstairs past the Blue D, I get Bane Sword and Black Shirt and White Shirt, which are really good. That's a long walk, though. You have to do Blue D twice if you want to get them. Although Blue D twice is probably going to be easier than beating Tiamat. Almost done with the heal potion shopping. Oh, wouldn't it be so nice to be able to buy multiple heal potions at a time? The one thing, I can deal with the grinding. But buying heal potions in bulk, that would be the dream. All the remakes have it. And all later versions of Final Fantasy had it. It's only NES Final Fantasy 1 that does not. And There we go. Let's set ourselves up for the encounters. I want to be skipping the first encounter. That gets rid of an Argyle fight at the start. So, power cycle, one encounter goes by. And into Gurgu. Now, the downstairs is going to be a little bit different because I am not going to pick up those items on the 4th floor. So that might throw things off at the bottom. But I'll be able to see what the encounters are before I get to B5. So I'll know if it's a problem or not. One encounter done. This is a very, very short dungeon. You take all the damage tiles you can. Because you don't get any encounters when you're walking across these. Plus, it looks really nice on stream, as long as you're on source quality. Some amazing flashing. Not quite as good as it is in person. Like, you are losing a little bit of flashing fidelity. But it's not bad. Should be the spot to do the heals. For this trip, we're going to keep everybody alive. In the future, when I want to grind, we're probably going to benefit from having smaller parties so that we get the level ups faster. The reason being that there is going to be a breakpoint coming up at level 23 for our 3rd attack per round with these thieves. So the faster we get 23, the better. And then I think 39 is the next one after that. So it's a ways away for your 4th attack. Alright, Fire Elemental coming up on the next floor. This is Wiz Ogre here, so we want to grab that. Fire Elemental's unrunnable. Whereas these guys, we can say, see you later, Wiz Ogres. Exploring the dungeon's gotten easier since I've done randomizer, because it actually forces you to run around and visit all those treasure chests that you normally don't think about. Like, you start learning the pathways through there, which they're actually not as complex as you would first imagine. Because they all kind of tie back together, so it's a matter of figuring out which is the optimal route through. Alright, so you got defense sword, you got heal, wizard, and then you're gonna Zeus. Alright, here we go. Carry try number 1. Defense. Round 1 you can attack. You're going to Wizard. Should have put that in slot 1. And you're going to Zeus. Alright, attack does 2 damage. I want to see that Wizard Staff confuse Carrie really badly. She's got 600 hit points and it's going to be a lot of rounds to get that much damage done. Ineffective. We basically need to survive 20 rounds. There we go. Carrie's confused. That means she is going to be doing nothing for a few turns until she breaks out of it. So I bet Mage Staff is actually better than a physical attack here. This gives us a little bit of breathing room to also heal up for any damage that we take. Yeah, Mage Staff also does 30, so we need 20 total magical attacks. Thereabouts. Oh, Carrie got out of it. Alright, so back to the Mage Staff, or back to the Wizard Staff next round. Alright, Dark's not a problem. Does not actually work. Ooh, 32 damage, that's good. Get that critical hit. Alright, we're full health again, so attack. Wizard and Zeus. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Come on, Wizard Staff. No, it's ineffective. Don't want to lose my heal staffer. He's kind of important here. I mean, really, everybody's got an important role to play. Just some are more important than others. There we go, Carrie's confused again. Should last at least one round. Now you should just attack. We'll attack unless we need to Wizard Staff again. Okay, got it. She's breaking out fast. We need her to stay confused for longer. Good news is we're like a third of the way through. Maybe halfway through. Dan 4's got the Ruse spell up from the defense sword, so he's doing good for physical attacks. The rest of the team's just working very slowly through this carry battle. Ooh, there's a good hit. We're definitely more than halfway through now. Hey, Joker. We're doing a multi-part 4 Thief run, so yeah, no fantasy for this. Fantasy doesn't work if there's more than one video file. Oh, there's another good one. Should be about 2/3 of the way through the fight. Clench, Dan 1, clench. Her next attack's gonna be fired too if she does spell again. And then the physical attacks, they hurt a lot. At least we're getting more value out of the heal staff now. I was worried we weren't getting enough heal staff value. Uh-oh, Dan 1. He does not have a ribbon on, so he is susceptible to getting fire 2'd here. I think we're late enough in the battle, though. If we lose our heal staff user, we're still okay. Oh, we don't lose our wizard staff user, though. Carrie cutting it super close here. There we go. Got the confuse off. That'll get me a round of breathing room. Dan 1 at least is going to be in safe territory now. Dan 3, though. Actually, no, Dan 1 is not even safe, even with the extra round of heal staff here. He needs to be over like 100 or so to be okay. We're okay. We got Carrie. Oh, that was fun. And we got level 19 for it. Carrie is worth almost exactly as much as an Agama. Speaking of which, what do I want to do for the Agama grind? I think I want to continue picking up some items before we do an Agama grind here. What are the Dans for healing Carrie? He is fired. Puns possibly intended. Didn't use all that many heal potions going down there, so we should be okay on these. Just got them restocked up. I'm seriously thinking about just using houses and throwing them away because it's slightly faster than using 2 cabins. This is how little I care about money with this group. problem is houses are in the bottom, so I can get cabins in the top slot from Gaia, then go down to Lufania, pick up the chime from there. We'll at least get the Thor hammer, and maybe we can do some grinding in Mirage Tower prior to the Agama grind. It's the pre-grind grind to set us up for the Agama grind. With Thor hammer, Zeus, Maid Staff, and Light Axe, we could do wizards and vampires. Not wizards and vampires, vampires and guards. Hey, K-Shrek, welcome in. We are actually doing 4 Thieves. We're not even class changing, we're doing 4 Thieves, not 4 ninjas. It's been quite a lot of fun. Yeah, went to ordeals just for the Zeus Gauntlet. Also, we got a gold bracelet there, which was nice to get a gold bracelet early on. We also have a Stinky Tail, but that's staying in Dan's sock collection, who now has some stinky socks. We're really at 10 hours? Yeah. It's only taken 10 hours to get here. I'm shocked. And I could probably do it a lot faster now that I think that the ogres are not the best way of doing those early levels. If we can get a couple, like even just like a lucky Peninsula Power swing in there. Well, I'm still debating about whether Peninsula Power would be good at like level 10 or so. You would need very specific encounters. Because you're doing it with the saber, or the scimitar at that point, because you don't even have the 2 attacks with the saber yet. It would be rough. We're making the grind Agamas. I think Agama grind is still pretty good here. But we need to get set up for it first. That's what I'm doing, collecting equipment. You can get Mazmune. Can't get out of the dungeon with it, so it's a one-way trip. But you can get Mazmune. Hey, it's our friend the Tyro. Number 1's Mazmune, number 2 is Rune Sword, number 3 is Coral Sword, number 4 is Dragon Sword, number 5 is a Falchion from Melmond. That's right, an item you can buy in Melmond is the 5th best thief weapon in the game. Yeah, Rune's got a higher critical hit rate than the Coral Sword. It's got 1 less attack power. But I checked the critical hit rate and it's like a 1.5% better. Okay, so for these, we want to take advantage of the Guard Vampire Guard start. I just realized I don't have the chime. I was like, why can't I go left? There's a reason for that, because we haven't gone to Lufania yet. Try this again. Yeah, we want Dan to get some experience. Hey, it's another Tyro. Bonus Tyro experience. It's all part of the plan. I'm also very concerned now that Drumbordus might have a 4th Thief guide. These things worry me quite a lot. He's got a new monitor in 4K. Doesn't help Dan look better, but he looks beautiful. He looks wonderful, wondrous, lustrous, also kind of shiny. All party combinations. That is an ambitious guide. I hope the entry for Thief just says, don't use thieves. That's all you really need to explain for a guide. Axe, no. Attack, Mage, Zeus. There we go. We'll get this eventually. Okay, we're 3 counters past power on, which means we're coming up on Frostwolf. So I will, we'll cabin to make sure that we can skip them. Or at least not get destroyed by them. Frostwolf, so totally not worth it. Shouldn't have said it. I insulted them. I regret nothing. I regret nothing. Silver Knife does have better accuracy than the Falchion, but it's got way less attack power. So I've got a Silver Knife in my pack, and it's never made sense to use it so far. We can check out what we are right now. 51, yeah, it still doesn't make sense. It's like another couple of levels, and the Silver Knife will temporarily be better. For like two levels at like 20 and 20, or 21 and 22, I think. I didn't talk to Dr. Oon. I've done a lot of things wrong. By beating Carrie, yes, we beat Carrie. You know what? Let's just get our bearings here. This is what I get for doing things in these improv routes. I don't go to Melmond enough. It's always a regret. Do we have the slab? Yes, we do have the slab. That is one thing I have done. But I got the slab and then went to kill Carrie. And I wanted to not turn the slab in yet because it was keeping my heal potions in the bottom left-hand corner. But now I'm going to turn the slab in and get the chime for it, which will still be the heal potions in the bottom left. So I'm kind of having to plan this out. There we go. Delicious Tyro snack. Invigorates. Just realized they're all named Dan. That is a true statement and also very scary. So here we go. Stay at the renowned Melmond Inn. Home of Dan's for years, and then over here to visit our friend Dr. Oon, who I'm sure has got nothing better to do than translate slabs for us all day long. What's that, Dr. Oon? You'll definitely translate that slab. I knew we could count on you. I don't think Dan would win the MVP. I think it would be a 4-way tie for last. There we go. Now we got the translation, so now we can go to Lufania. Then go to Mirage, get our levels for a little bit, and also get a Thor hammer out of it. 100 gold is really overpriced for the Melmond Inn. It is about 1,000 gold overpriced for the quality of service you get there. The continental breakfast, literally a continent. You get a big piece of earth on your plate. Not the good kind of earth, the kind of earth that attacks you. Speaking of attacks, I knew I should have trusted these frost wolves. The 100% chance of frost breath. There we go. Now the Empire would probably go better if I had the second light axe. Nothing I can really do though about guards. Zeus, Thor, and Maidstaff should take them down. So we're probably safe to get a couple levels here in Mirage when we go over. Or at least a couple of fights out of it. We can get minimum of 3 of them. It's weird not having any spells. It just makes the early game very simplistic for your fighting. You basically sit there and plead for your life. Sometimes you use a heal potion. But other than that, it's holding down the A button. And then late game, you actually get to use all these items. Thor Hammer is in Mirage, so we don't have to go to Sky Castle for it. Sky Castle is what we need to go to for Bane's Sword and Black Shirt. It'd be kind of nice to have a black shirt for the Agamas, to be honest. No, Dan too. Have to go resurrect. Oh, he's alive. He's still alive. No, he's not alive. Well, time to go back to the clinics. It's been a while since we had to go to a clinic. At least he won't miss out on experience this time. He's got that going for him. The spare Dans will take care of this problem. It's a good setup for Agama grinds. They're getting people killed off, but I want to get the items first. Do I use any heal potions? No. This is possibly the most inconvenient clinic ever. But it was also relatively close by to Lufania. And we should be able to get out the left-hand side here. Yep, there we go. Alright, now we can go to Mirage Tower. There's some slight delays. One step away from the shadow. It is a quadrangulo fight. Even worse. These guys hurt a lot. But if we get 36 more thieves, we probably still would have a hard time beating the game. Alright, starting from the beginning. Yeah, guard, vampire, guard. We want to be up on 2nd floor for the start. Ooh, lots of guards there. Well, attacking will do basically nothing. So we need the Zeus Gauntlet to go off a couple times. If somebody can use the Zeus Gauntlet after Dan 2 is done with it, we just pass it down the line. That'd be the easiest way to do this fight. Luckily, guards do basically no damage. They've got a stun touch attack. That's the only complicating factor here. I'm not sure what they were thinking for this monster design, because it is, well, I guess if you got soft and squishy mages, or soft and squishy thieves, as the case may be, then you could have a problem with them. Because they will hit if you've got, I think, only down to, like, gold. Hey, newbie, welcome in. Oh, such good experience. How much do we need for that level 20? 7,000 to go. Why does 4 Thieves take so long? Because they are so terrible. That is basically the answer. They're the worst character class by far, and we've got 4 of them. Okay, Maid Staff should be able to easily finish these remaining 2 vampires off. 1 and 2. Got pretty lucky. This is 2.5 Agamas for each of those 5 monster encounters we're getting. And might I say, 2.5 Agamas is a hefty amount of experience. Are thieves good at anything? No. They're not even good at dying. Beautiful. Where are this guard, vampire, guard sequence when I'm doing speedruns? Although losing my Zeus Gauntlet guy is pretty bad. He's got a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of that, and we kind of need him. It'll take me a lot of rounds if we just have the Maid Staff going. Of course, Dan 1 gets up right away. Dan 2 is still tying his shoes. Alright, Maid Staff should start picking them off now. Just takes a little bit longer than the Zeus Gauntlet would. No, we lost Dan 3. Okay, we need one of the Dans to snap out of it. Need one of the Dans to get back to us. I don't want to lose out on this experience. Alright, Dan 2's up. Dan 2 is back in action. Just in time for my favorite fight of all time. The Catmen. I don't know if I even get the Thor hammer in time for the fight. Nope. 6 Catman ambush. This is actually not terrible experience, but I don't know if I really want to fight these guys. No, let me correct that. I don't want to fight these guys. They suck. If we had the black shirt and the Thor hammer already, then sure, I'd go for it. I used more pure potions in that battle than I've used in the entire rest of the game. That's not true, I used 4 elsewhere. Almost as many pure potions in that battle as the entire rest of the game. Alright, who wants a Thor hammer? Ooh, wow. Okay, so Dan 1, I think, is the best person to have Thor. He's not going to use a lot of heal staffs for right now. And I think You're in the front. It's supposed to be 4132. Okay, we got our hammer. That was the only thing I needed here. In Mirage, at least. Sky Castle's got some more stuff. That would be good to have. This is 1.5 Agamas. If we can get this fight, which we can probably get it with Lit too, be way better to have the black shirt. But these do very, very little damage, so we should be okay. I would like to think about what my grind is going to be. So the first thing to test is how hard is it to kill Agamas. And if one person can go down there and grind on Agamas for a bit, then we are golden. If we can't have a person survive by themselves, it gets more interesting about how I want to do the grind. The more people there are, the slower that you get your level ups. The slower you get your level ups, the harder it is to get the multipliers that we need for the weapon breakpoints, which in turn makes it even slower to get your level ups. So that is a vicious cycle of thieving futility that feeds it upon itself. This went pretty good last time. Let's do it again. Another 2 Agamas here. Maybe Dan 4 should have the heal staff. Seeing as he's not going to be able to use any of these attack items anytime soon. Give him the heal staff and maybe the... swap the weapons around so he's got the worst one. He should have the falchion already. Maybe Dan 2's got the falchion. Yeah, Dan 4 should have that. Actually, no, wait. Dan 4 should have the rune sword. That's what he should have. Give him the best weapon rather than the worst weapon. Favorite Dan. Oh man, they're all so good. I think they're all good except for Dan 2. Dan 2 I've gotten some negative feedback on. He does not share with the other Dans. Should be enough healing for right now. As long as we can get out, we're fine. As long as we can get out. You know what? No, we're not going to do it. Not going to do it. I've got such a better fight coming up with Agamas. Don't even think about doing the Catman fight. Delay here. No, we don't want to delay here. We want to take the fight downstairs. These are good fights coming up. Guard, vampire, guard, guard. Oh, you guys just swapped around. Dan 2's out of place. That's why I don't trust that guy. There are other reasons why I don't trust him. But that's my latest reason. Alright, Dan 1's back up. Good old reliable Dan 1. Vampire Guard Guard. Also conveniently gets rid of a lot of Rankelos from outside. Brings me back to the 4-white mage party. 4-white mages gets here much faster. But the best place for them to grind is actually right here in Mirage Tower. Because they can get all of the elemental weapons just like this, and then there is really nothing they can do against Agamas. And so this is an alternate strategy that was actually pretty fast when I did the grind for that. They can take pretty much all the enemies here. They get up into the 20s, and then they get Fade, and then they can take the rest of the enemies that have no elemental weaknesses. They're kind of really set up for a good late game grind. Ooh, nice, level 20. Dan's 4 and 1, 2, and 3. All of them got it. Wonderful. One more guard. One more guard to go. Lost 2 of our attackers, and Dan won. No, we lost all of our attackers. What a bunch of jerk guards. 2.5 Agamas. We're gonna have to let him go. That was very unlucky. Okay, we need to buy some more heal potions, then try out our Agama grind for the first time. A lot of this setup was just to get to a point where you have carry gone, so you're able to escape from Great Volcano from the bottom, and then you get a reasonably decent fight going through there. Actually, let's get the items first. We'll see who our best thief is through level 20. Trying to make a decision about which one of these guys is going to be the likely Mazmune wielder. And it's also nice that we just got a level up because I'll see exactly how much experience I need. It should be a lot. The leveling curve in Final Fantasy is really steep, but once you hit level 30, it is totally flat. At that point, it's roughly 32,000 experience points per level up. And that's just consistent for all the levels from 30 up to 50. Strength the most important. Strength is pretty near the top. I would like to have good vitality as well. You're 20, 21, 13. 21, 22, 14. So Dan 1 did a little bit better. 21, 21, 12. And 21, 25, 13. I would still take Dan 1. Dan 1 looks like the best Dan so far through 20. He's gotten good rolls in his HP as well. Alright, experimental attempt on Agamas Part 1 begins now. The Dan without the ribbon gets the Mazmune. Make him feel better. Fortunately, we only have 1 ribbon right now, so that'll make it very easy to decide who gets it. I should probably pass the stuff on right now. So you're going to get Opal, you're going to get ribbon here. There we go, that looks good. And you should probably have Ruined Sword. Just to max him out with all the best stuff. I don't think he needs to have the other items, because he's not going to be able to heal in battle, realistically. Okay, I can check the experience as well. Okay, 15,000 right now. So between 20 and 30, the experience per level up is going to basically double. But right now, solo, it is a level up every 7 Agamas. Which is really darn fast. The only thing I think would really help here would be the black shirt. Because that's probably going to do more damage than their weapons at the start. Not Dan 1. We need Dan 1. Oh, nice, Tipo. Glad High Spirits was able to get Dragon Quest V down. He's been working on that for a really long time to get all 9 games in his marathon. This was the third try for it. Alright, Agamas. Let's do this. 42 damage. Alright, this is going to be tough, but hopefully this works out. We'll lose a little bit of experience at the start, but I'm okay with that. Alright, the rest of the team did much better than Dan 1 did, so maybe he got a fluke result. He'll be able to do the Agamas in like 3 rounds. Again. Come on, Dan 1. You can do better than this. I'm curious about how the grind would go with like 2 characters. One doing a heal staff every time, the other one always attacking. Whether they could stay alive indefinitely or not. Heal staff, probably not quite enough. Are we? It would have been RNG loop. I was like, these seem like very similar results every time. We'll definitely break out of it here because now we've got fewer Dans left. Yeah, this is new. Haven't gotten double heated yet before. Excellent. So our XP just doubled there. Has Dagami used heat every single round? It's supposed to be 1 in 4. I feel like it's not quite getting me the odds that I'm expecting. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I think this grind will work. I think we got the Agamas set up exactly where we want them. Two or so heal potions per Agama is not bad. And now we actually benefit from heat, because there's only 1 person alive, and he's got the ribbon on, so he takes less damage from the heat than he does from the Agama's physical attack. So we can probably get 5 levels before we run out of healing potions. Depending on if Dan 1 can kill these Agamas. Come on, Dan, you can do better than this. Give me some good hits. Soon. Ooh. I should be more careful about my HP. That critical was definitely dangerous. Let's make sure we heal when we hit around 200 or so. We're coming up on 21. At that point, we are 2 levels away from having 3 attacks per round. 3 attacks per round, I expect this to go much faster. 50% increase of damage at that 3rd attack. Plus the small bits of strength up and other benefits that you have from your usual level up process. About to level up. Alright, 2 more Agamas to go for the level up. Yeah, this is not bad. So, not this one, but the next one we get a level up, and then roughly 7 more Agamas after that we get another level up. And then roughly 8 more Agamas after that we get another level up, and at that point we have 3 attacks. And we'll see roughly what it's going to look like for now until like level 40 or so. Level 40 is where we get our 4th attack per round with these swords. I think it's around 40. It's in that ballpark. And then it's like 45 for the 5th attack with the Mazmune. A distant future for us. Uh-oh, Dan 1, you gotta finish this off. Take down that Agama. It's not quite in critical hit range, but he's definitely edging to dangerous territory. There we go, Dan 21, 341 health, that is pretty good. We used 1/4 of our heal potion so far. I was thinking I'd get 5 levels, but it might be 3 levels per trip through here at the start. And then hopefully it gets faster with 3 attacks per round, so I can get more Agamas per trip. If you thought we had a lot of money before, wait until we finish this Agama grind. It's only about 1,200 gold per Agama, but we need to fight a lot of Agamas. Just maxing out this guy is like 300 Agamas worth of experience. Maybe like... There's 300 Agamas, I think, from level 30. So it's probably closer to 400 Agamas total that we need. It's a lot of Agamas. And the only thing to spend it on, more healing potions. Dan 1 ate the other dance. He was hungry. Was not satisfied by the Tyro burgers we had earlier. Buckler is the shield slot item, so it would not replace the cap for a slot. Our team, though, is going to get, where appropriate, pro capes, because those are worth 8 absorb rather than 2. Other than that, the shield slot mostly gets taken up by utility items, so things like the white and black shirt and the Zeus Scarlet we need to have. And we don't have room for those in our inventory otherwise. Plus the heal helmets. The heal helmets are also going to be really, really important later on. That Agama just sitting there so smugly, not realizing the fate that we have in store for him. Yeah, late game is basically, if we get damaged, we need to sit there with heal helmets and heal staffs, because we don't have enough healing potions or Temple of Fiends. White shirt's going to help for some select battles, and then defense sword for the person in front. Which you have to be a little bit lucky for Temple of Fiends to go well. You basically need to not get super nuked by Lich. You need Carry to not kill anybody. You need Kraken to really not kill anybody. And then Tiamat's probably the first fight where you can expect a death. Like, whoever doesn't have the ribbon's probably going to die on Tiamat. So you want to be able to take 3 characters to Chaos. Alright, level up on the next Agama. Gotta be level 22, so one more level after that for our third attack. I think it's 23. And this one superpowered thief should be able to carry me through a lot of the next bit of the game. Like, until you get to Temple of Fiends Revisited, you don't need everybody to be super high level. It's good enough to have one person that can do some good damage, and then we'll have the Thor Hammer and Zeus Gauntlet for Kraken, which 2 lit 2s per round is like 200 on top of our physical attacker. So we can kill Kraken in probably 3 rounds. Might switch to 4 if we get bad rolls, but 3 rounds is definitely possible. Tiamat's a little bit tougher. Tiamat 1, we're going to have the Bane Sword going at it, so we have to just survive long enough for the Bane Sword to work. And on average, that's about 7 rounds to get a Bane kill. And then it's all about Chaos, where there it gets really fun. So hopefully our goal for tonight is to get this grind for 1 character done. Maybe get Kraken and Tiamat out of the way. I don't even really need to go all the way to 50 for Kraken and Tiamat. Dan 1 should be able to do the job at somewhere around 40. So yeah, how about that? Let's see where we are in 45 minutes of Agama grinding. Because that should give me enough time to do Sea Shrine and Sky Castle. If we were at a respectable level by that point. And then we could always do more Agama grinding in the final session tomorrow. It is looking like 3 sessions will be enough. First one basically doing Astos. This one was pretty much all the 4 Fiends. You know, if we can get the other 2 down, it would have actually been all 4 Fiends in one 6-hour block. And then 1 final 6-hour block for finishing the game up. Although I think the third one probably is not going to go 6 hours if we get of good luck Temple of Fiends Revisited. It's going to depend very heavily on how we get through those early Fiends. Because you could first try it, or you could be losing 30 minutes per try on it. Alright, halfway through our first Agama trip. This would be a good time for a stretch while I'm doing these Agamas. Get to stand up for a little bit. Nice having these super simplistic fights, which are mostly holding A at this point. I was hoping we had an RNG loop with the heat. Heat doing less damage would be nice for me. Should be coming up on our level up here in just a second, if I've counted my Agmas out correctly. Be interesting to do. It is 3 attacks per round at this point. Although Agmas have enough evasion that they're probably going to dodge attacks every once in a while anyways. King Charizard, thank you much for the subscription there. Glad you've been enjoying the show, and the support is appreciated. It's the Thieves, I know. 64%, yes. So we have 3 attacks per round with this thief now. 23 is enough for the Rune Coral and Dragon Swords, which all have the same accuracy score. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, they'll definitely speed up these fights to have that 3rd attack. Which in turn means less heal potions and then more Agamas per go-around. Plus I think we get just a little bit of a defensive bonus for all these level ups, so probably slightly reducing the physical attacks as we go on. Hey, Sandball. Yeah, I heard that High Spirit just finished up Dragon Quest V. It's really good to see that he got the 1 through 9 marathon all the way done. 87:32 is a respectable time. I think that will be an uncontested record on that. Ooh, yeah, there's the good damage. Did the first one get all the way through 8? I remember one of them was 1 through 7, and then I think 8 is where he stopped on the first one. And I don't remember where the second one stopped, because I don't remember if that was also using the out of order like he did with the third one. Because the out of order seemed to really help. It was kind of a lined up so that the trickier games were near the front, where he'd have more clarity on them. Yeah, 8 during the Metal Slime grind. I think that that rings a bell for where the first one went out. Which is still a pretty good effort, because that was something that had not really been tried at that scale before. Like, the first one attracted a lot of attention. The second and third one, I mean, there's a couple things. Like, you know, it had been kind of done before for him attempting it, and also that Twitch was no longer wanting to promote people doing super long marathons, so they stopped doing as much advertising for it. But the first one got a lot of attention. Yeah, I imagine he did pretty well. He was talking about how much time he has to take off from driving in order to do the marathon. So he definitely needed to have some good financial support to justify it. Hey, Fushi, welcome in. Take it you're just coming over from High Spirit stream here. And yeah, these Agamas are going way faster with 3 attacks per round. So level 23, big difference in the Agama grind on it. The rest of the team is they're level 20 still, so they're able to get there pretty fast. I think if we wanted to grind them here on the Agamas, maybe have Dan one alive, coach them through the first couple until they get 23, and then turn them loose. All right, newbie. Thanks for hanging out, and enjoy the rest of your night. We're doing Solo Thief? No, but there's one thief that's going to be max level for the Mazmune, and the rest of the team doesn't have to be as high. They'll still need to get some levels. They're 20 right now, and they probably should be in the 30s. But one thief needs to be probably 50. Jacob Brewster, you're thinking of Sandball. He did all of the character challenges solo. Those were really, really drawn out sessions though, because he obviously had to max out all the level ups, make sure they were absolutely perfect for all the stats in order for a thief to be able to beat the game solo. So it would probably be like an enormous number of hours to go and get the highlights for. There's gonna be no promotions? Yeah, we're not gonna class change with this group. Unless I get stuck. Like, it's possible that my level ups turn out to be really bad, and we don't have enough attack power to kill Chaos, but I think we're gonna be good. Mastering through Chaos isn't a sure thing. You're definitely not going to beat him before Cure 4 unless you get incredibly lucky with the spell order, and you've got no healing. So all those big damage dealing skills like Swirl and Tornado and the nuke at the Ace spell, those are going to be really devastating. If he punches your main damage dealer, it's kind of a very difficult thing to see how you would overcome. So there's going to be a lot of really, really intense pressure to get the Chaos fight to go well. Alright, 10,000 for that. That's 5 more Agamas for the next level up. Do we get double hit by the Agama? How bad is Dan 1's defense? Can't even dodge an Agama. Dan just wanted to hug the Agama. I guess that's a common thing that can happen. Everybody wants to hug the Agamas, it's true. The most intense grind we've done since the Mirage Tower grind, which is the prep for this grind after the Peninsula Power grind, which we prepared for by doing the Mummy grind. I believe we've done every... Well, we didn't do the eye grind. I was going to say we've done every possible grind spot that has been done in a speedrun, but eye grinds are actually pretty common in the remakes. You can save anywhere if you've got the nerfed eye that doesn't have a lot of dangerous skills at the start of his skill list. And the eye grind's pretty good. Okay, under 20 healing potions remaining. So the next time I fill up, that'll probably be the last fill up before I go and head out of the volcano. I want to make sure I save a little bit for downstairs. And also, if I remember correctly from the last time we went through here, because we did kill Carrie already, I had to lay on this floor to avoid getting the fire elemental downstairs. Fire elemental wouldn't be terrible, because we could probably take him at this point. But it's a lot simpler to just get the Wiz Ogre fight instead. I think we should be at, now, 9 Agamas per level up? Creeping up there. It will go up to 13 max. 13 or 14. Either 13 or 14. And then it'll just sit there for 14 Agamas for the rest of the time to 50. Why are we not getting any Agama facts? There's no fantasy. That is why there are no Agama facts. But if you want to make some Agama facts, you can submit them, and I will run them by our crack research team to see if those Agama facts can be validated. They gotta be good Agama facts, though. Solid and true. Sandball's a self-certified Agama expert. That is the best kind of Agama expert. Alright, there we go. That's the last little bit of healing. So once I get these done, then I will head on out with my remaining healing potions. Which should be 1 level up, and then a little bit of change in the next one after that. You can only rate Agamas on a scale of 1 to 10. So you can't rate Agamas on a scale of 1 to 5? Is that just an entirely different field of study? If I wanted to give Agamas a star rating, are you certified to do that, or do I need to find somebody else? Dancats and Mancats are cousins. Seems plausible. I always thought that Mancats were hideously mutated. Probably by some toxic waste from Melmont. It's also why they're so vicious and irritable. Alright, next Agama gets me a level up. So we'll hit 26 right here. That was 6 levels in the first trip. So I actually did get pretty decent amount. It greatly sped up after getting those first 3 levels out of the way. Alright, we're looking for a Whiz Ogre fight on the way out. So let's see, Whiz Ogre here. Yeah, we'll kill him. For the practice. As long as he doesn't ruse himself. Hey, Whiz Ogre is more than a quarter of an Agama. That's respectable. And on back out. Alright, time to restock on heal potions. Restock on Dans. Do I need Dans? I probably don't need Dans for the trip down. We'll just get heal potions. More Dans is usually good. In this situation, I think the less Dans, the better. It would take time to kill the other Dans off again. And you really don't want them getting unnecessary experience all over the place. They probably wouldn't even know what to do with it. That was about 20 minutes for an Agama loop there. Going through, using up all my heal potions. We assume it's a little bit slower because we are going to be more efficient killing the Agamas. Let's say 30 minutes. That puts me on a good pace for what I was hoping for, which is to around 5 hours into this stream give Kraken a try. Which I think we could kill Kraken whenever we wanted. It's more a question of when's the right time to go grab that ribbon and that second light axe. Until we're ready to move on to Skycast, I don't quite need those yet. Dan all alone at the potion shop. This is really what I imagine Dan's always doing. Sent off for errands to go buy potions for the rest of the team. Just hanging out with this guy all day long. Forging phony receipts. Probably embezzles most of the money. That's how Dan got so rich after all. Dan used up a lot of potions. I do need to buy like 90 of them. Which is almost a solid 3 minutes of potion buying. Feels like we should be going to Chaos after doing a potion shopping trip like this. But instead it's just more Agamas. Didn't reselling the potions at Lufania. How devious. OP charges a really large markup for him. Alright, that gets us one encounter burned off. Ready to go over to Gurgly Volcano again. The first encounter is an Argoyle on the first floor. So that's why you almost always see me, well, pretty much always are going to see me burn off an encounter, unless I'm taking something like the single segment route, which is coming here at completely wacky parts of the encounter cycle. Dr. Reginald Goyle. The original Reg Goyle there. How does our Hydra go down? He does have a bigger flame attack than the Agama does. Even if resisted, it hurts a little bit more. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, he's only a half Agama worth of experience. Half Agama, not even worth getting out of bed for. And that is Ronald Hydra. He is Reginald Goyle's next door neighbor. I think they're both good friends with Greg Peed. They went to college together. Ooh, AW hurts a lot. Probably shouldn't take this fight. Probably should not have taken it. For a monster that is less than one Agworth worth of experience. Yeah, a mere 2/3 of an Agama there. I used to consider doing Grey Worm fights in speedruns. And in fact, for any percent, when you need some extra experience with a fighter at the very end of the game in Carrie's Floor and Temple Fiends Revisited, Grey Worm was an option for that. But I cut him out of Gurgly Volcano. The optional ones like at the Flame Shield chest, because they just never paid off. Worse than an Agama for experience, and in theory, if you one-rounded them, it's no big deal. Like, you're gonna get some value, because you have to take the fight anyway. You'd be running away from it if you weren't killing them. But they would always do something nasty, and then it would always not be a one-round fight. Like, we would just be short by like 10 hit points. And I'd feel extra bad about taking 2 rounds on them. Alright, so we basically had an extra Agama thanks to the Sand, or the Grey Worm and the R Hydra. Roughly an Agama between them. With a little bit change left over. We're just barely into 26 now. Well, 26 and a third. Hey, Eternal September. We're all cheering on Dan 1 right now. Dan 1 was picked as the Danliest of the Dans, and so thereby worthy to go fight Agamas. We're trying to get him some levels up, and then probably at some point during this, I will go kill Kraken, so I can get the second ribbon and the second light axe. Because Kraken I can do right now. I'm just getting levels for the sky, which we will need for the late game, definitely. Tiamat's a different story. To get the items out of Tiamat's castle, I either have to do Tiamat one trip, which with the Bane sword, it seems doable. But if I want to come back down, like grab the Bane sword and the black shirt and then return out, that's a little bit of a problem because of the need to do the Blue D fight a second time. I imagine the Blue D fight is going to be very, very ugly. Going to take a lot of damage from the Thunders, and we will be doing very little damage to him. Probably going to be like a 4-round fight. And he's got a 50% chance of thundering every round. Oh, those pesky Agamas. Critical hits are what gets you. Each critical is like more than 2 healing potions being used up. Other than that, it's like 2 healing potions per fight. So you can do nice and large quantities of Agamas here before having to restock on supplies. Dan Lin is getting actually somewhat decent at doing this. I'm shocked about how much he's improved from 20 to 26. The level up, the multiplier for the weapon was a big part of that. But even his base damage has improved quite a bit since then. Unlike the fighter, you don't get the guaranteed strength up, so he must be getting lucky on some of those rolls. I guess his accuracy is improving as well, so he's more often going to get all 3 hits in. Whereas before, he was getting a lot of times where he's only getting 2 out of the 3. Nice, there we go, 27, that's the next strong level up. I want to say the Thieves get a strong level up every 3 levels. So, they start off getting strong levels up through 10, which is why early on they actually have really good hit points. They're like almost as good as a fighter for HP in the early game. And then they switch over to like, I think it goes 1 through 10, and then 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, and so on. So their HP growth is awful after that really good start. Because they have low vitality, their regular level ups are going to be small, and then they have 1 out of 3 for the strong level ups, which is more like the mages get rather than the main melee classes. Right, Agama, keep using that heat skill. As long as he heats me, then we have a really long runway for potions. Heat should never do more than 12 damage with the ribbon. I want to say it's 6 to 12 with the ribbon on, and then 12 to 24 normally. Well, no, 12 to 48. What's going to happen is you get 12 to 24 base, and then the chance of criticals, which causes it to potentially get 2 applications. And if you resist, then you have a very, very small chance of getting criticals just by default, because it takes away the, it's like a 40% chance by base that you would have otherwise. Hey, Dragon Dark, welcome in. There are some Dans. Sadly, they're all Thieves. We're going to getting this particular Dan up a couple levels, and then I think once he is in good shape, I can probably kill Kraken. Then we need a lot more levels before Tiamat is going to go down. Or more specifically, a lot more levels before I think Blue D goes down. Well, I can get to Tiamat and stay alive during that fight. Just go for the heal helmets and the heal staffs every round, and then one person uses the Bane Sword. We should be able to Bane Sword Tiamat before dying. That kind of requires that we have a lot of the Dans alive. Ooh, should I pick up the Pro Capes now? There's a Pro Cape in Sky Castle, along with the heal helmet that's there. Once I pick it up, I never want to throw it away, because you can't get it back. So what do I do for inventory slots? So we got a Pro Cape, a white shirt, a black shirt. White shirt is pretty important. Black shirt's pretty important for a while, too. Actually, is that true? Do we really need the black shirt? Or I guess really need the Zeus Gauntlet? The kind of same argument. Mage Staff's going to help on Phantom, and it's also going to help on Lich. None of the other fiends have elemental weaknesses. I guess Lich doesn't have a fire weakness. He's only weak to harm. So yeah, it just helps on Phantom. Which is still a good fight to have it for. Because otherwise Phantom's super high defense is going to be a problem. Black shirt against the Waters. I shouldn't fight Waters. I'm going to use the marathon route for Temple of Fiends. So the hardest part is going to be Purple Worms in that one. And I can basically white shirt and defense sword. And then once we get down to one worm, just get my health back with the heal staff and heal helmet. We do have Earth Elementals with this route in Lich's floor. That's another Mage Staff item. There are no unrunnables on Carrie's floor. We're not going to find any unrunnables on Kraken's floor. I think I have a Purple Worm fight on Tiamat's floor, which will be rough. That's the 4 Purple Worm fight, as opposed to the 1 to 2 upstairs. And I don't think I have the Masbeam before that happens. I want to say I get the Purple Worm fight, then I get the Masbeam. And I'm not going to have Warp. Ooh. Without Warp, I think I get a bunch of Whiz-Vamp fights on top of it. I'll have to be careful on Tiamat to make sure I don't get into, like, Sorcerers. Alright, 25,000 for our next level up, which is a little bit more than 10 Agma's worth of experience. Aston, I am power leveling 1 day on purpose, because you need one person to have the Masbeam. There's only one good weapon for Chaos and for Tiamat too. So you want that person to be level 50. The rest of the team can be in the 30s, and that's the kind of the point where you can survive Lich's nuke. So that's going to be a big factor about how I pick the target for the rest of them. Sorcerer should run by then. That's true. There's going to be a lot of monsters that start running. Because we'll have a great morale score for facing them down. That'll be interesting, because I don't think I've ever considered the morale implications for the late game. That might help out with some of the fights. There's going to be 4 Thieves instead of 4 Ninjas, as long as we don't get stuck. If we run into a problem, like my stats are really awful on the Dans, which I think they should be fine. But if they're really, really awful, then I'll use Ninja as a backup. I mean, really going from Thief to Ninja, if you don't get the fast charges, which would be probably too late to get additional level ups at that point, at least on the main Dan. The side Dans could get some fast charges, which would be enough to do all the fiend fights. But even without fast charges, you know, you're going from Rune Sword to Katana prior to getting the Masvium, which is 15 points of attack and like an extra attack per round. It's crazy amounts of extra damage. And you go from Gold Bracelet to Flame Mail or Ice Mail. And from nothing to Flame Shield or Ice Shield. You can equip the heal helmets if you don't have the ribbon, so one person gets a little bit more defense that way. It's just a big jump up in your survivability. There's no benefits to getting the ninja other than the spell slots. Stats do not change between class changes except for masters being worse at magic defense growth than black belts. All other classes and everything else, stat-wise, is exactly the same growth from your base class to your upgraded class. The benefits of class change are you can use more gear, and you can, except for the black belt, use more spells than you could before. Also, you look cooler. I would disagree. I think these thieves are the pinnacle of cool looks. Definitely better than some goofy guys in pajamas. Masters are pretty bad. Yeah, there's no reason to class change if you got 4 black belts. It actually makes you weaker. Should be pretty close to halfway for this Agma loop. Agma loop is basically defined by how long my heal potions last. And the first one lasted for like 6 levels. This one should last for like 10 levels. Because we're getting way more efficient at killing these Agamas. Yeah, absolutely no advantage for the Masters. There's no skills, no gear, no stats that are better on them. Alright, this will be level 29. So we're basically capped now at experience per level up. I redid the math on it. It should be 13 Agamas per level up from this point on. It might be like 13 and like 13 and a tenth Agamas per level up, but it's right around 13. And it's completely flat from 30 through 50. It's a really weird thing. That they take this experience curve that was basically just like really hard up and to the right. The higher your level was, the much harder it was to level up. And then it just completely flattens it. The soothing sounds of the Agama grind. When I do an eye grind, well, the eye can hit you with XXXX, or, well, it can hit you with Glance. It's not going to hit you with XXXX because you can resist that now. But Glance would be really bad. And on the off-tile encounters, you could hit sorcerers or things like that, which would be pretty unpleasant. So the eye is a very hard one to grind at efficiently for long periods of time. You could probably pop in, and with multiple characters alive, pick up a dozen eyes, but then you have to leave the dungeon at that point, and you can't do as efficient of these power levels. You got a solo character. Also, Agamas are cute. Hey, Nusty, welcome in. Yeah, Sorcerer and Mage are both very common on the second floor where the eye is. The other fights there are the race, the Image Race, the Frost Giant Frostwolf, which you can deal with at this point. And then there is also the Trap Tile fight, which appears as a regular encounter in the dungeon. Agamas do have numerous facts. I should give you guys an Agama fact. You're definitely due a fact or two. So did you know? Agamas avoid eating thieves due to them causing horrendous indigestion. This is the only reason Dan 1's still alive. True Agama fact right there. Finish to the Red D grind. Red Ds would be really hard to kill at this point. Really at any point, because without a good weapon, they have way more defense than the Agamas do. So it's going to take you more rounds, and you're going to get blazed. Which will choose through your healing faster. Like, the Agama heat's just a tickle. Blaze is decent damage even with a ribbon on. Agama experience for a Red D. I don't think it's 2.3 Agamas. That sounds way too high. I want to say it's like an Agama and a half. Might even be lower. It might be like an Agama and a third. Because I think that the Red D and the Eye have pretty similar XP totals. And the Eye is only an Agama and a third. Like, if you really want good experience, and you're trying to grind for the whole party, you can actually do, like, Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. There's some really good fights in there. Like, I did a quick loop around Mirage Tower, grabbing the Thor Hammer, and prior to coming here, to get up to level 20 at the start. And Guards and Vampires go down really fast. You can get up to 2.5 Agamas for one fight. But the problem is you do need multiple party members alive, so you can't power level effectively. Blue D grind. Well, Blue D, if you had somebody that could do serious melee damage, like a Knight, would get more interesting. He's worth a little bit more than an Agama. His Thunder does hurt a bit. But if you got a ton of health, then you can soak up some Thunders. Blue D's only 3274, so that is also 1 1/3 Agamas. He's barely more than an Eye then. For some reason I thought the Blue D was more valuable. I guess in Randomizer, when you fight Blue D, if you're using the enhanced experience that's based on your number of key items that you found, then you're going to get a much bigger multiplier than you would early on. I've been doing that recently, which has skewed a couple of the fights for what I think the experience is worth. Yeah, Rune Sword is your best sword for the entire game until you get to Masmune. Thieves suck. They have basically no gear. It's Scimitar and Saber up through Astos. Post Astos, you immediately get the 3 magic swords and a falchion, which unfortunately you can't get those prior to Astos because it's Melmon that sells them, and then a locked room that has the one loose one. Same thing with Silver Knives. Crescent Lake sells them, and then the locked rooms. Nice, level 30. We'll probably be able to get, I think about 32. And then we'll head on out to Kraken. Give him a try. Basically, I want Dan 1 here in the front, tanking damage. And then 2 of the Dans in the back, Thorhammer and Zeus Gauntlet, doing like 200 damage around. Last Dan can use Heal Staff. Though if we get hit by Kraken, it probably is more like a spatula than a Heal Staff that we need to fix it. Should be 1% more crit for the Coral Sword, I think. But yeah, the Coral Sword's... Rune Sword's got 1% more crit than the Coral Sword. Coral Sword's got 1 point better attack power, and I used to think the Coral Sword is the best sword. Because I just went by the attack powers, and then I knew Coral had better criticals than Dragon. I didn't realize Rune had better criticals than either of them. So now Rune Sword is the sword of choice that I'm using right now. My beautiful purple Rune Sword here. And Wear Sword was surprisingly good too. Who knew that they put the Temple of Fiend swords better than the Dwarf Cave or Earth Cave swords? Never made sense to me because the Temple of Fiend spot you can access earlier than those other two. Or at least it's geographically sooner when you're sailing your boat up from getting the Mystic Key. Close enough for Dan's sake. When every single percentage point matters. Then you start doing the research on these things. Oh hey, we hit 30. That was our next strong level up. So our next strong level up is 33. And I think 4 attacks is at 36. So we got a ways to go on that. Just think if we were doing solo Thieves to fight Astos, trying to get the 3 attacks per round at 23, doing ogres up to 23 is insane. It's basically saying spend forever on the ogre grind. Hey, Delphi Knight, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. We're doing a grind here for one of our thieves to be able to carry the rest of the party through Sea Shrine. Dan 1 is level 30, the rest of the team is level 20 right now. Groger grind. I'm actually willing to try, if I ever do anything like this again, to see whether Peninsula Power earlier on works. Peninsula Power at like 15 was not bad. I got Ogres up to 12, and then I did Marsh Cave and Astos, and I did Mummies up to 15, and I beat Vampire and Lich at that level, got the Zeus Gauntlet from Ordeals, and then Peninsula Power at 15 with Zeus and Gold Bracelet was relatively doable. So the question is, could you do Peninsula Power sooner and be more efficient than doing those ogres? Yep, we're going to try to do this without class change. So if 4 Thieves can beat Chaos, we're going to stick with 4 Thieves. I think they can do it. I have been keeping an eye on Dan's stats. He needs to get some decent rolls overall to have a good chance of being able to do enough damage with the Mazmoon at 50. But he should manage. The rest of the team just sits there and heals, so they need to soak up some hits. Alright, starting to run a little bit low on heal potions here. That's really the last full heal I can do. Right, we should get another level up in 2 Agamas. And then probably, maybe a quarter of the way to the next level up. Should be about 5 Agamas total here. Ow, there's some good damage. It's amazing finally seeing damage come out. All it takes is like 20 levels of extra grinding compared to where you'd be in the speedrun. Mudgull Trap Tile. I think we're gonna do a Trap Tile. But the waterfall one might be interesting. The cockatrices are annoying, but as you get higher leveled, your magic defense is enough to not have to worry about petrification. You also don't get put to sleep as often. Got ribbons, you also don't get put to sleep because they'll give you fire resistance. So that's like on the high side 2.5 Agamas if you get 5 Whiz Mummies. Probably averages an Agama and a half or so. But realistically, you can probably kill Agamas faster than you kill Trap Tiles. Oh no, Puexel is raiding us. You guys are just in time. Wrapping up an Agama grind here. We're going to try to get these guys back up and take on Kraken here. This is a 4-thief challenge, which is basically completing Final Fantasy with the worst character class in the game. We are not class changing, so that's also off the table. And as a result, you got to do some really crazy stuff. So you might imagine, looking at the time, it was a difficult journey early on. You're very heavily bottlenecked up through Astos, and then Lich is also super tough, and then gets a little bit nicer after that. But welcome in, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream before this, and hope you enjoy listening to the relaxing sounds of our 4 thieves. Hey, BGG, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night here. I saw you doing some free enterprise earlier. Hope you had some good races there. Good seeds, nice. The best seeds in free enterprise are the ones that are absolutely trolly. Generally involving one of the unpleasant bosses being in, like, Giant of Babil, like Octomam or Valvalis. Edward Telestar, that's a good one. Edward Tella with no free lunch, I think, is the optimal starting strats for free enterprise. First time ever for the Giant. That could be a tricky one, especially when the key is in the Giant. That's one of those things like having to get the Mist Dragon to get the item from Mist. What level are we doing Dan up to? I mean, Dan's gonna get to 50 eventually. But right now, I was trying to do this Agama loop here to get into the 30s, which I think is going to be enough for Kraken 1. So we're going to go try to kill Kraken here after this. Mist Dragon and the Giant for the key item. That is a good one. Hey Myrtle, welcome back. Godson's Vampire. Oh, we had first try Lich, first try on Zombie D. First try Ice Cave, first try on Carry. We just got our Agama grind parts 1 and 2 done for one of our thieves. So now we have a level 30 thief here. Actually, let me get the clinic first, and then buy heal potions for 3 minutes. We've dipped into Mirage Tower to get the Thor Hammer. We've done the top half of Sea Shrine already. We did a lot of stuff. This was a very productive day. Yeah, I need 99 heal potions. What is my party order going to be like? You can probably deal with Rune Sword. And then Thor Hammer, I want towards the back. Maybe Heal Staff down on you. We're going to Thor more than anything else in here. Wizard Staff we use for carry, but we don't need that anymore. Dan 4 should probably get the Zeus Gauntlet. And Dan 1 needs the Defense Sword. Alright. Looks good for our setup. Let's buy some heal potions. Is a level 30 thief about as effective as a level 3 fighter? He's probably as good as a level 7 fighter. It's actually not true. He's actually as good as a level 13 fighter. Sometimes I exaggerate. Nice, Lassie. Congratulations on your rando win. Man, if only we had the randomizer here to get bulk item buying. But I figure if you're going to do something like play for Thieves, you might as well play it on a original carton system. It's not like it gets much better to do this in emulator. Any of these that got significantly better level ups. I picked Dan 1 out of the 4 because he was at level 20 was the best statistically, but it was a really small difference. He had like 1 point of strength and 1 point of vitality better than the other thieves. And he'd gotten an okayish roll on his HP, so he had like 10 HP more. It was like very close between the 4 of them. Thank you very much, Larry. Glad you enjoy the shows. Especially these nice, long, relaxing 4 Thief playthroughs. These are the ones where you can really kick back and just kind of snooze for a while. You're probably not going to miss much. Unless you miss one of the dungeons. Then you're going to miss a lot, because those go fast. Hey, Final Fantasy, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Nintagious, welcome in. You picked a great night to come back. 4 Thieves. The best of parties. Also the worst of parties. Should be a little bit more than halfway done with the heal potion shopping. It's roughly 3 minutes to get 99 heal potions. Hey, Patho, we are doing 4 Thieves. That is correct. The nice thing about it is that everybody's so equal. They're all equally terrible. Took us 20 minutes to beat Garland. Surprised Garland went pretty smoothly at level 3. I was worried that you have to grind more. Because in the original game, it's actually big amounts of experience to get those first couple level ups. You do it in a speedrun by killing Garland and killing a ghoul to get level 2. And obviously, Garland's out of the question, and ghouls are really tough. They'll do a lot of damage and they'll stun you. Thieves have like no armor at the start. Same weapon as a fighter will, but they do less damage with it, and then their armor is a quarter as good. So they just get absolutely wrecked by anything that has physical attacks. There we go. Shopping complete. Alright, let's go ahead and do one more check on my items. Alright, looks good. So slots 2 and 3 have the lightning attacks. Those will be used for Kraken. Speaking of which, we're going to have to improv a route through here. Doing just the bottom of Sea Shrine is not something you do elsewhere. But I do announcing at AGDQ STQ. I've got a lot of other things I have to do at the events. So I'm rarely able to take time to do things like the host role. It's a fun thing to do, though. It's a lot of exciting games that you might not otherwise see that you get to watch. Can't believe Dan 1 got 10 levels, and he's not even really like noticeably higher in HP than the other thieves. It's like 100 hit points that he got. It's Opal, Bracelet, and Protect Ring for one person. And I got a ribbon on him too. That's really all you get. Alright, let's look at the encounter table here coming up. So I know we definitely want to skip a couple at the start. That gets rid of Naga. That gets rid of Naga. Yep, it's a top loader. You can hear the top loader from like 20 feet away. Alright, do I want to get a Wizzhag? I think a Wizzhag's okay. We're able to deal with those guys. What else do I do at GDQs? I'm a producer for the event. Alright, let's go. See if we can get Kraken out of the way here. So, I do want to grab the ribbon in here and the other light axe. Zeus, Thor, and Punch. I'm actually not sure if I need both light axes, but I got the one upstairs already. And if I ever run into undead, 2 light axes and a mage staff is a pretty good way of taking them down. Why does Dan 2 seem extremely useless? He is the worst Dan. He's been misbehaving this entire time. Actually, for a while we were very concerned about Dan 1. But Dan 1 has redeemed himself. He has worked very hard to be where he is today. Yes, Wizzhag is unrunnable. Wizzhag and Water and Ghosts are the unrunnable encounters at the Sea Shrine. We hopefully will not fight any ghosts. But we'll probably have more Wizzahags and Waters to come. Water is a little bit difficult to deal with here, because I don't have any sources of ice damage. But hopefully we won't find a 3-pack of them. Okay, there's the water metals. So Zeus, Thor. I guess we'll take the opportunity to heal up. I was hopeful we get off this floor before this fight would happen. Now, let's see. Alright, 60 damage. I think we should be okay. I mean, we've got plenty of heal potions. As long as nobody dies during the fights, we're fine. Okay, Dan 2 may not be fine. Dan 2 needs to practice clenching. Okay, Dan 2. You're making me panic here. No, Dan 1. Why do the waters have to hit so hard? Alright, so we should probably avoid water metals for the future. Just as a note. There we go. Luckily, they're not that common except on the bottom floor from this point. Oh, my hard-earned heal potions. Do you know how long it took me to buy those? 3 minutes. Even though money's worthless, we're going to go ahead and grab that there. Doesn't cost me any steps. There's ribbon number 2. So let's go ahead and put that on you. And I was looking at this. I should swap mage down to you. This should be over to the light axe room, because it's power glove in the bottom left. Nothing in the bottom right except for some miscellaneous treasure. Center is ribbon, and then northwest is where the stairs down are. So yeah, that works. Plus I need burning counters anyway. They have downstairs two more water elemental fights. Oh, and then there's another one coming up in a bit. It should be okay. We're going to take one more water pistol fight, and this one will definitely not go as badly as that last one. Definitely won't go as badly. Power Glove does not work, that is correct. It just does the Saber spell, which is broken. Saber and Temper do not work in the original version of the game, which is quite a shame. Because it'd be very helpful to have. I guess you can light axe. Alright, there's one of the water elementals out of the way. Yeah, I don't see a way to get across there without doing a whole bunch of delays. So we'll do one delay here. So sea troll and lobster. And now we've got 3 fights before our elemental shows up, which should take me pretty close to where Kraken is. Heal staff, saving some potion time. As long as we got 3 people damaged. Heal staff's generally worth it. 4 people definitely comes out ahead. I think a lot of people believe that the spells actually worked. And they convinced themselves that it worked. Because they would cast it, and then the variance of the game is so high, like there's so much randomness in every roll, that you can see these patterns where it's like, oh yeah, that damage definitely went up after I cast Temper. Makes it very tough to see what works and what doesn't. Alright, we're gonna heal up in case the water elemental gets bad. Sure, they'll be fine. Okay, this time it's only 1, that's much better. Hey, Six Top, we will be bum rushing a Kraken. Don't worry. Kraken in all his dapper glory is not going to know what's going to hit him. So, defense to start. Zeus and Thor on those guys, and get those heal staffs going. Alright, a little bit early, Dan, too. Wait a second, then get the heal staffs going. Oh, Dan won. Didn't get his ruse up in time. Now he should be able to survive a second hit, but it's going to be a definite struggle keeping him alive. Dead too. Clench. Luckily, Kraken does not have AoEs in his first form. Second Kraken does have Lit too, so he'd be more of a pain in this situation. There's ink, that's fine. Alright, 3 defense swords should make him very dodgy. It's like 6 white shirts, and I think that's enough where he can start doing some attacks. Kraken's almost dead. He's got 800 hit points, and we do really good damage with each of these Lit 2 casts. Perfect. That's what we want to see. Maybe not the 45 damage Thor hammer. 4 damage. Dan1 is level 30, and he's still not able to damage Kraken through his armor. Oops, I just made staffed instead of heal staffed. That's okay. We'll get Kraken this round. That was all part of the plan. I needed that extra 20 damage to make a difference. Almost Dan1. You almost had him. Oh, Dan3. Dead by 1 hit point. Missing out on the Kraken XP. Go ahead and get Dan back up here. Don't want to buy heal potions here because it is actually in a bad slot for us. But we will stop by the inn here. Yeah, white mages have a lot more options because early game they can harm. They can do Peninsula Power. They can mute Astos, and so they're able to beat Astos really easily. They can ruse in Marsh Cave and get the crown from that. Late game they'll get great healing spells, so heal 3 and cure 4. They get life spells, so like if somebody dies, it's not the end of the game. They can fade. Like, they are a million times better than the Thieves are. Even if you don't class change the white mages. You're losing fade, but that's like pretty much it. You can heal 3 with a white mage. You don't need class change for that. Ready to get the cube? Yes. You don't actually need cube for mage staff. Mage staff's in the Sea Shrine. Alright, back to Agamas. I'm going to do another Agama loop here. With my newly stocked heal potions. One thing the Thieves don't lack in, money. I have not been picking up any treasure chests, really. And they are awash with gold, because you can't buy anything. There are no bits of gear, there are no spells. It's just like, yeah, 60 bucks for a heal potion. That's the only charge. Oh yeah, GBA they buff Thieves a lot. Like, Thieves will have, at like level 2, 2 attacks per round. They're crazy for getting attack growth. Although that means as you level up, they're going to cap much sooner than other classes. So they get really a reduced benefit in their later levels as a result. But it's still good to have. You always want to get more attacks per round sooner. Here we go, maxed out on those. Alright, so we got our 99 heal potions. Dan 1 is at 31 right now. Let's see what we can get him to. Probably get him to close to 40. Skip the Argyle battle there by getting rid of that first encounter, and go ahead, just take all your gear off. That way the other thieves die quickly. Go ahead, put Dan 1 in the back, and jump on into the volcano. We'll do a lot of damage to him from the lava tiles, but they'll probably all make it to the Agamas, and then within a couple Agamas they should go down. So they're going to steal some experience away from Dan 1 for a little bit. This experience splits between your living party members. When you do a power leveling grind like this, it's often nice to have just one person alive at a time. Cremate, that'll do some good damage. Lucky break there. Our Hydra only worth half an Agama, despite being probably a much tougher monster. His Cremate is a significantly higher tier skill than the Agama's Heat. He's got like the same amount of hit points, does more damage on his physicals. They really gave Agamas a lot of XP, when it was probably not totally deserved. Other than that, they are adorable, cute, and cuddly, and you want to hug them. That's what they get all the experience for. Alright, we'll get our encounter here. That's going to be Grey Worm, still not a good fight to get anybody killed off in. Will be pretty much at 1 health for the rest of the team at the start of the Agamas. You can't kill people with lava, but you can take them down to 1. I think it's unlikely that they intended trap tiles to be used for grinding, just because there's very few trap tiles which are legitimately good grind spots. It happens to be that these two back-to-back create an interesting phenomenon where you don't have to worry about the off-tile encounters. But most of the trap tiles are pretty nasty fights, and they implemented like the 4 Fiend refights with trap tiles. Or like Phantom, because they didn't have a way to make bosses that permanently disappear. So there's a lot of nasty ones. There we go. Back to Dan 1 by himself. Like nature intended. So we're at a point where the leveling curve is completely flattened off. From 30 to 50, which is the max level in the game. You need almost exactly the same amount of experience for every level up. It actually bounces up and down in a weird way, but it's within like 100 experience points per level up. And that is roughly 14 Agamas per level. So we'll see how long we can hold out with our 99 heal potions. And then head on out once that is done. I think I'll be able to get around level 40 here from where I am. I should be getting, in a couple levels, my 4th attack with the Rune Sword. I think it happens at 36, but I don't remember if that's correct or not. Should probably look it up while I'm fighting this Agama. Hall of Giants I can maybe see being intended for a grind spot. Is there to lure you into thinking that the steel armor in Melmond is something you should save up for. But it's all a terrible, terrible scam. Never buy steel armor. You will regret it, and your children will regret it, and their children will regret it as well. 39. I need 39 for the thief, for his 4th attack. So maybe we'll get that before we finish up this grind loop. But without attack number 4, we might be a little bit short of being able to kill the requisite number of Agamas here. What's wrong with the steel armor? You can get so much better armor for free. Like, steel armor's got the same absorb rating as the fire armor or the ice armor. And it has a 11.5% penalty to your dodge rate for steel. And you don't get any elemental resistances, so... You can pick between the good armor, or you can pick between the steel armor. Plus, it contributes to all of the misdeeds of Melmond. You're just fueling their economy by spending money in the Melmond shops. Starting to get some good hits on these. When we first started, it was like 10 rounds to kill an Agama. That was level 20, which is what the rest of the thieves are still at. Level 23 is where we got 3 attacks, and that really sped things up. And then since then, we haven't gotten any more attacks, but oh man, has the base damage gotten so much better. Just a couple of points of strength seems to make a really big difference, and the accuracy so that you're landing all 3 attacks every time. That also really helps. No Agam effects, that is correct. Fantasy does not work when it is split across multiple video files. So I wasn't able to do a fantasy gathering for the 4th Thief run. That's okay, though. Everybody can come up with their own Agama facts. We're going to crowdsource these. I'm sure between all the people here, we've got somebody that must be an expert on Agamas. Tell us how things are. Beating Lich is pretty tough if you got 4 Thieves in your party. Although... level 12 for Astos, level 15 for Lich is not that big of a difference, apparently. But if you look at the amount of experience you need for it, that was a lot of mummies. It's like a solid 2 hours of mummies to get those levels. Alright, at this pace we're taking about 2 heal potions per Agama. Means I can do roughly 50 Agamas. That's only 4 levels. It's gotta be faster than that. I guess we only take 2 heal potions when they critical hit me like that. Probably on average it's less heal potions. If it's 1 heal potion per Agama, then it's like 8 levels I can do. That makes more sense. The Agamas were wrong. Rarely heard sentiment. I think the Agamas are right more often than they're wrong. They're just right about all the things you don't care about. Oh, I should do a quick stretch here while I've got Agama grind going. Standing up when you're doing really long streams is very, very helpful for keeping you going. And since the Agama is basically just hold A, it's easy to walk back with the controller and do this. Alright, there we go. That was nice. While I was working on that, a late-breaking Agama fact came across my desk. Did you know? Many people debated what's the best thing since sliced bread, but Agamas were the best thing prior to sliced bread. True Agama fact right there. That's definitely not true, Austin, because Agamas also invented sliced bread. These facts just intertwine. See, Zedanegi gets it. Very commonly known Agama fact right there. Oh man, 6-stop busting out the poetry. That actually reads really well. I'm not sure if a thief qualifies as a brigand, though. Seems like you'd have to be a little bit more competent at fighting to be a brigand. You know, there's kind of like those tiers. Like, you have to be at least minimally competent at fighting and probably drinking to be a pirate. Brigand seems like you need to be, like, really good at fighting. Oh, nice, Dan hit 33. That was my next strong level. Next strong level up after this is 36. Strong levels are where you get bigger boosts than normal for your HP growth. And for Thieves, it's every 3 levels, starting at level 12 onward. So it's a really predictable pattern for when I'm going to get them. Wexel busting out the quest for glory knowledge there. The deep insights that we need. Which reminds me, it's been a while since I've seen another announcement for questing for glory, which I imagine would be coming out soon if it's going to have one at the end of the year. That's right, Agama. Keep on heating. As long as he heats, I get so much efficiency out of these heal potions. The heal will do like a, well, in this case, 1/10 of his critical, but like 1/4 of his regular attack. I think High Spirits will survive. He did look pretty bad about hour 70 onward. But he picked a really good strategy, which was to do the games in kind of like a most difficult to least difficult order for him. And so he had a lot more good execution where it made a difference, like the NES Dragon Warriors. I think he was like 3 or 4 hours ahead of his pace compared to the previous marathons, and then was able to put it over the top as a result. Nice, Vis. Congratulations on your Stellar Fire accomplishments. Hope you enjoyed that final level. Sadly, I too missed the end of the marathon due to the fact that I was playing 4 Thieves. Possibly a good excuse, but it's the one I'm going to use. I did watch a lot of it though. I particularly like the early Dragon Warriors. Dragon Warrior 1 is a little bit plotting because it's basically just grinding, but 2 through 4 are all excellent games. They're a really good evolution over time of how the RPG started from very simplistic, not much story, not much actual content, to having Dragon Warrior 4 incredibly deep stories for an 8-bit game. And then I watched the grinds in Dragon Quest VIII because who doesn't want to see a good Metal Slime and Liquid Metal Slime grind, and a King Metal Slime grind? It's almost as good as an Agama grind. Hey Gil Hamilton, I will definitely kill more Agamas. I can make sure that all these Agamas are recycled as well. Agama's here's a color palette with Ogre and Creep. I guess I can see that. He does have that little bit of pink bits, although no, there wouldn't be enough yellows for him. He would need to get some more variety for that. I think maybe if we had a red ogre, or Roger Ogre, as he prefers to be called, then they can hang out together. You only see 3 colors in the Agama. The 4th color is the continuous shroud of darkness that it emits. It's the only reason why the glowing Agama does not overwhelm your senses. Thank you, Paladin. Agamas invented the caps lock key. They are so talented. Hey, we're halfway through this potion stack. And we've gotten 4 levels in the process, so 30 is a realistic target. 39 again is where we get our 4th attack, so I'd love to have 39 before wrapping this one up. But the Agama keeps critically me for 61. Oh, I'm sure the Agama, if you asked nicely, would sit down and help you beat Final Fantasy. It's one of their favorite activities. Alright, so at this level, we probably would still have a hard time with Blue D, who's going to be a big gatekeeper for me doing Sky Castle. Blue D casts Thunder 50% of the time. And Thunder, for 2 of my people, is going to be like 250 damage. They're just going to get crushed by it. So I probably can't survive having more than 1 Thunder. And if we are still only doing about 140 damage to Agamas, we are going to be way short of what we need to kill Blue Ds in 2 rounds. Maybe if we get super lucky with the Blue Ds, he just does physical attacks instead of Thunders, we could make it happen. Probably also need a couple levels on Dan's 2 through 4. If I get them up to 23, then they would get their 3rd attack. 24 would get them a strong level up, which could be a good target. Probably in the long run, I want to have 1 Dan at 50 and the rest at somewhere in the 30s. Just enough HP to survive Nuke. Try to slip him past Lich 2. There we go, Dan 1 hitting 35, 500 hit points. That seems like it's decent. How many more strong levels does he have? 36, 39, 42, 45, 48. So 5 more strong level ups. That's about 100 hit points. We're about 125. And then his other levels are going to get like another 50. So he'll have close to like 700, which I think is right around the average for a level 50 thief. Do we go all the way to 50 on Agamas? I do get a decent amount of experience from the guards and vampires, but I feel like it's a slower fight compared to power leveling. Like, you're going to have randomly between 1 and 2.5 Agamas worth of experience on them. And takes multiple attacks from like Zeus and Thor and Maid Staff to kill him, so a lot of animations. And you can really only do that if you've got all your party members alive. So I probably have to get into like the 40s at least with the solo character. And then when I'm grinding up the rest of the team, them going from 20 to 30 will probably get him from like 40 to 45 or so. I'm going to try not to waste any experience on Dan 1. But he will, he'll be doing most of this work on Agamas. Since the experience curve is flat, though, it's only 14 Agamas per level, consistently up through 50. Which means you actually get faster to level up over time rather than slower like you would expect. Because everything up to level 30 is so much slower every time you level up than the last time. You think it's going to be an infinite grind to get to 50, and then it just starts speeding up faster and faster. Looks like we got 8 Agamas to go for this next level up. I could probably get at least one, if not two more levels after that. So still probably on pace for 39. Or at least close to it. Triple Triad highlights. I mean, I guess it'd be a while after the PlayStation Final Fantasies before DVD recorders became a thing. So most people at that time would have been still using VHS tapes. And then I was amazed to recently find out that there's actually physical Triple Triad cards. Which I had never heard about, but evidently somebody had a set of them. Hey, Mr. Ari, welcome in. Glad you're coming in for the 4th Thief run. This is a very special one. We got 4 Thieves and a whole bunch of dreams. Mostly just Thieves. Not a lot of dreams, to be honest. Any other RPGs or randomizers I'm thinking about streaming? There's a couple that'll be coming out. That'll be starting to work on. This was something that people have asked for quite some time. To do a 4th Thief run on NES. I did 4 Thieves on PlayStation. Which is way easier than this. Because you can save anywhere. And you also, if you want a class change to ninja, you get Temper. Which you can crush everything once you have Temper. And on NES I did 4 red mages, 4 black belts, and then I've twice done 4 white mages. Which 4 white mages is about the longest I can do as a single sitting. It's like a 10-hour category. All the other 4 character challenges, except for Thieves, is in like the 6 to 10 hour range. Thieves are longer. But actually, one of the other things I was tossing around rather than doing this was to do some Dragon Warrior 1 NES. I've done GBC runs on stream, but NES is a very similar type of speedrun as doing something like this, which is kind of a relaxing, almost mindless grind that you do as you're trying to get your bulk of the game done. And so you basically have 6 hours of this increasingly tiered leveling that you do. There's a little bit at the start where you have to set up for the treasure chest glitch, which actually only saves, I think, like 25 minutes over the course of the run to get the treasure chest rather than grinding out the gold. But it's worthwhile getting to get that stuff done out of the way faster. Somehow I leveled up, and now the Agama's doing even more damage. He was doing 61 with the crits before. They just got a 65 in there. Somehow I think these Thieves are getting worse rather than better. So wasn't 36 supposed to be a strong level up level? Is it every 4 levels instead of 3 at this point? Are Thieves worse than I imagined? Oh yeah, they turned to 4. So 33 was the last one that had the 3 spacing. Now it's going to be 37, 41, 46. They go to 5? It gets worse the more I look at this. So yeah, they only have 3 more strong level ups from this point. Okay, this is why I'm not going to get 700 hit points. I've got 3 strong level ups instead of 5. So that means like 75 hit points from the strong level ups and maybe 75 from the other ones. It's like 650 tops here. That's rough. Thieves are really bad. This is meant to be a life lesson for why you should not engage in crime. The moral stories of this game are thick. Meanwhile, Dan, ignoring this entire conversation, just rocking out, killing these Agamas, one after another. Everyone's stats go down. Yeah, they kind of didn't really have any plans for you to get to super high levels in Final Fantasy IV. I mean, level 50 or so is pretty reasonable for killing Zeramis. Once you get to 60, it gets kind of easy, and 70 is like overkill. So it's not like you need to be really strong at that point. Well, I'm pretty sure at one time, after having gotten like all the items in the game, I did grind everybody up to max experience in Final Fantasy IV. Looking for the remaining glass helmets, I think, was the reason why I got all that XP in the moon. Curse you, Edward, stealing everybody else's stats. He's the true thief in this. Yes, keep it with the heats. No, not the crits. Okay. Regular attack, that's fine. As long as he only does regular attacks. Keeps me at 1 healing potion per Agama. Good, which this will be probably my last bit of healing. Yeah, 8 potions remain. I'll get down to like 200 or so, and then we will escape at that point. Call this a successful Agama loop number 3. Nice. Alright. 28 HP up at level 37. That's not bad. But he's only got 2 more of those strong level ups to go. And then the other 11 level ups are going to be weak ones. Thief has very poor vitality, so his non-strong level up levels are like 5 HP still. It's like the Thief right now has the same vitality as like a level 10 black belt. And he's taking even more damage from the Agamas. That's the highest critical hit that the Agama has done so far. I'm surprised Sid doesn't, or I'm surprised Yang doesn't lose stats up through 70. Yang and Sid are kind of busted for stat growth, because they weren't intended to be in your party that long. Let's see how many more Agamas we can squeeze out here. One more critical hit, and then we have to leave. Yeah, they probably don't need wisdom and will, though. They're generally okay with punching things, like Dan. Dan likes to punch things. A lot. Punching things is one of Dan's favorite pastimes, as is the Agamas. They share that passion in common. They also share ice cream. Alright. We'll use half of our healing potions and then do 2 more Agamas. That's it. 2 more Agamas and I'm out. Let me see if I'm close to a level before I say that. Nope. Okay. I would need to get 5 Agamas to get a level up. I can probably safely say that that's not going to happen with my current heal potion count. Berserked Edward is one of the best characters in the game. I have a hard time associating Edward and best with any other conceivable nouns and adjectives going in between. Also, the monster's starting to get pretty scared of us. That's really good, because now most of the junk in the game is going to go and run away rather than attacking us. And that'll continue as we get more level ups. I don't think we ever have to worry about Agamas running. But if we do, it's going to be super late, like 45 plus. Okay, where are we? 37 right now. I want to get some levels for the rest of the team. I think I do. We'll do that grind at Mirage Tower. We got one manly Dan in front to soak up some blows. Go ahead, stock up on healing potions and other assorted supplies. We'd like the rest of the team to be somewhere around level 30. And we'll give it a quick try at Mirage to see how that goes. I think Mirage would be better than Sky Castle, because once you go up to Sky Castle, like, maybe it's a half Agama better per encounter, but we don't have a lot of tools to deal with those monsters, except for the Eye. He's always good. The other Dans are jealous of Dan's buff physique. He was working out while they were napping. Should be about halfway through the heal potion shopping. Gotta get back up to 99 of these things, regardless of what we do next, whether it is more Gurgu or going off to other dungeons. Always gotta have 99 heal potions with this team. Not having any source of healing is very rough, because heal potions are unreliable. They're extremely small. You never get like a high potion or an X potion or things that later Final Fantasies would have. Even just having like a heal 2 potion that did, you know, 60 or 100 recovery would be really huge, because it would mean that you'd never have to worry about running out of healing in, like, Temple of Fiends. Alright, Airmath, have a good night. I think the rest of us will go to bed in a little bit here. I don't want to go too late for this. We're going to split this up into a part 3 on Monday, which I think we are easily going to be able to do in less than 6 hours, so. Between Tiamat, the final bit of grinding, and the Temple of Fiends. That should be a nice Monday night. It's hard to predict how long it's going to take, because each Temple of Fiends try is 30 minutes. We get it first try, that's great. If it's, you know, third or fourth try, that is a lot of hours that go into just Temple of Fiends. Alright, almost done with the heal potion shopping. Because I've got so much cash, I'm just going to start buying houses for recovery. It'll get me 120 hit points back for the entire party, as compared to 60 for the cabin or 30 for the tents. So way more efficient for my time to do it that way. There we go, maxed out on those. Now we start buying the houses up. The cashier is so slow here, it's the worst. 1 item or fewer checkout line. They really didn't think that one through. I'll buy down about 300,000 gold here. There we go. Alright, that should be enough houses for a Mirage Tower grind for the rest of the team. Right now they're level 20, and level 20 is about 12,000 experience per level up, I think. It's going to quickly ramp up to 32. Actually, 20 might be like 16,000, because these guys have gotten some XP from Sea Shrine. We'll probably be getting about 1,000 per fight. Alright, Dan 1. See what you learned from all that Agma battling. Show us how it's done. That is respectably more than the rest of the team. He's easily doing double damage of what the other guys have, but he is double level. No more 3-round tires, a shame for us. Alright, so as we go in here, Mirage Tower, we want to start with floor 2. Get that guard vampire guard off the start. Alright, so it goes Thor, Zeus Mage. And the front two have got light access for the vampire fights. Basically using Dan 1 as a tank in the front to try to keep the rest of our party in better shape. And then the rest of the team is going to be using those AoE items. We don't have all the AoE items yet. There is the black shirt upstairs, which is a bit of a hike to get to because it requires the double blue D encounter. Oops. Light axe. Oak Thor. Mage. Oh, you got the light axe. Light axe number 2 is down there. So light axe on first and 4th slot. Go ahead and get the next guard fight. Would love to get all the way between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors on a regular basis. But unfortunately, it's a really long walk up to floor 3. Because there's a couple of spots in the encounter cycle where there is just no good encounters for both floors 1 and 2. Like they'll have these Catman fights. And when I was doing 4 white mages, those were the ones where you either break out the black shirt or you use Fade if you had it at that point. But the Thieves lack any alternatives for elemental damage. We'll try the Medusa side. If you attack them, Thor, Mage, and Zeus, with Mage being the best one to see go off early. Mage will do a lot of damage to the Medusas. They don't have a lot of HP though, so Lit 2 might be enough. Huh. Maybe they are actually not weak to fire. Only Gurmedusa is weak to fire then. That would be a little bit of a surprise. But I have been surprised. Man, we probably want Cerebus over the alternatives, even though we don't have a source of ice. Cerebus are pretty fast to kill. 2 Lit 2s does a pretty good job. And they resist fire too, but Mage Staff is still a better alternative than punching them. This is one of those battles we've got the black shirt. Just one-shot him. Kind of like the Nightmare fight. Alright, so we can't get services in one round. We need the black shirt to do that. So they're a less attractive fight now. So Nightmare Badman downstairs. That also requires ice. Vampire upstairs would be good. But again, that walk up to the 3rd floor is tough to work out. I think I might have to stick with these guys for right now. Oh, and they run. You know what? Maybe we just run. Maybe we just run back. Don't even fight them. Alright, this one's Catman Saber-T versus just Catman downstairs. So I think we come out ahead by doing the combo one. Oops. Make staff, there you go. Then we get a lovely stretch of guard, 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 guard. Guard is my my favorite fight in here by a lot. Am I splitting this run over multiple sittings? Yes. We'll be finishing up the playthrough hopefully tomorrow. I don't think it'll take a longer than 6-hour block, which is about the most I can do on Monday, but we'll get as far as we can tonight, which will probably be about another half hour or so. Give it a rest for a day, and then work on the end game for Monday. Hey, Noctis Visual, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Wow, he's actually doing damage to guards. That's surprising because they've got a lot of physical defense. There we go. So I got 21s on the other ones. Climbed a mountain. Nice. What mountain did you climb? Okay. I was momentarily distraught that we lost our lightning damage, but he hit the... oh, we did lose our lightning damage. Never mind. It got swapped around again. That is lightning damage in slot 4 right now. Wheeler Peak. Very cool. Oh, please use your Zeus. Please use your Zeus. Alright, this is basically a 10 encounter loop, which has like 5 guards and a vampire fight, which is pretty good density. And it looks like coming up there is a little bit of a hole before you get more good fights again. We skipped 3 battles. Really couldn't do anything because there's just too many more gaps coming up. Yeah, okay. It's like 10 fights in a loop. Go out and get recovered, and then come back in. That's about probably about 10,000 experience per trip through. Maybe a little bit more. Which means these guys are going to level up to 22 by then. Ditwin would still be working on 39. Too bad he's short of 39, because that is where he gets his 4th attack. But we'll try. We'll do another loop around. See if this is looking like a promising grind spot, as compared to doing individual Agama grinds for each of the thieves. I definitely want them to be 23 before starting a grind. That way they don't have to worry about getting through that stretch of only having 2 attacks per round. You want a light axe here. Light axe and maid staff. There we go. Vampires are really good gold. Experience-wise, they're the same as the guards, and since they're way more damaging than the guards are, I tend to avoid them. But in theory, you can actually kill them fast if you get good turn order. Those light axes, together with the maid staff, are 3 weapons you have with their weakness as opposed to just 2. Downstairs from Medusa? Oh, I get a Tyru Wyvern outside instead of the Cerebuses. That's definitely the right play. Yeah, that's what we do. That gets rid of 2 holes in my cycle here. This is kind of a bad fight. This would be the only bad fight left. Hey Andreas, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We're doing our 4 Thieves continued adventure. We've killed 3 of the 4 fiends today. And well, we could make an attempt on Tiamat. I'm trying to get my levels before I worry about that too much. We got Mage now. Dan 2 and Dan 4 got swapped by the petrification. No, the Tyro ran away. The Tyro is too crafty and agile for us. That is unfortunate. I might have to take Dan 1 out of the lead. Morale is based on your lead party member for whether monsters run away. So they won't run if Dan 1 is in the back. But that was kind of my plan, to have Dan 1 tank a bunch of hits, so that the rest of the team would not get so damaged. They're going to take so much damage here. Okay, if I'm going to do this, I should swap Opal Burst to Dan 3. Give him a little bit more defense. Oh, he doesn't even have his gear on. That's right, we took all the gear off so we could kill the mages. That explains why they were taking so much damage. That explains things very nicely. Like, that seemed like a lot from a Tyro at this point. We get our guard. And that will complete our loop. Might not get Dan 2 through 4 level up to 22 because that Tyro ran away. That was a entire Agma worth of experience that we lost on that. I mean, this brings back memories of the 4 white mage grind. That was a serious grind because you got to this point like 4 hours into the run, and then you did the grind here until like 9 hours in, maybe like 8 hours in, because you have to do the 4 fiend fights after completing this part. But it is this is a significant component of white mage. Why do we have our gear off? Because I was trying to kill them for the Agama grind. I wanted to power level Dan 1, and the rest of the team needed to be dead for that. I'm glad something makes sense, because few things make sense when you either have 4 Thieves or 4 Dans, much less the combination of the two. Tiamat 2 will be the easiest boss. I mean, you'll have the Mazmune, but Tiamat 2 is probably going to kill one of the Thieves. With only 3 ribbons, it's very hard to keep the 4th Thief alive. Gonna have an early Bane, and then all the elemental damage. It's just going to be a very big nightmare. Plus, at that point, I've got like no resources left. Killer Trout. Thank you much for the host there. Ahoy, ahoy. Welcome in, everybody, to some Final Fantasy. We're doing a challenge run here, which is to beat the game with 4 Thieves. And if you are not familiar with the original Final Fantasy, of the 6 character classes you could choose from, Thieves are by far the worst. They are absolutely terrible. This is much harder than even doing 4 white mages, which only took me 10 hours. So this one is a bit of a fun one. I'll probably have to pause at some point to recharge my batteries and get some sleep, but I'm okay with the progress that we've made today. Getting through most of the 4 fiends. Almost ready to take on Tiamat here, the last of our fiends. We're right now working on some levels to get our thieves a little bit stronger. But thanks again, Kilgore. Hope you had a good stream yourself before this. Thieves are the best. Thieves are within the top 10 character classes in this game. I can legally say that. Fun stream, nice. Alright, let me go ahead and get a house here to get our HP recovered. FPS Quarter 7, I've not heard of that one. I'm assuming that is a either MS-DOS or early Windows game. So I saw you messing around a couple days ago with, I think it was Tomb Raider for Windows, and you were showing off the VM that you had to run it in. MS-DOS with the Wolf 3D engine. There were so many games that borrowed from id Software engines. From that whole era, from Wolfenstein up through the early Quake games. They were really influential overall for an entire generation of FPS developers. An actual Windows XP PC. Oh, even better. That is pretty cool, having to keep that old hardware alive and the really, really old software to be able to preserve games. It's one of the things that we're not really planning for very well, which is how do we keep the same experience you had when a game was new? Because a cartridge game, like I'm playing on a Nintendo, there's millions of Nintendos out there. 50 years from now, you'll still be able to get one without much trouble. But when you're talking about software and things that have, you know, activation codes or online servers, how the heck are we going to have any kind of history for how those games used to work? It's an interesting era as we kind of move away from owning your own discs and just being single-player experiences to being dependent on other people. Back down to floor 1, get our Medusa battle in. And we want to be outside for the tyrants coming up, so I can go to the right-hand side here. Basically worked out a loop of 10 encounters that are relatively good. Getting some nice experience for doing these. And really looking forward to 23 on these bottom thieves. I did a solo grind on one of the thieves to get up to the high 30s, so he's doing really well. But the rest of the team's pretty far back. I need them to get a little bit more attack power and a little bit more hit points to be able to try Tiamat. He's doing as well as a thief can. I guess we can't expect too much from these guys. Alright, some delicious Tyro burgers before we go back in. And with Dan 1 out of the lead, we no longer scare the monsters into running, which will be good. I'll need to remember to swap him back in the front on the way up. There's probably a couple of things going up the tower, which we can beat morale checks on. Most of the stuff, though, is going to be pretty resilient to morale penalties until you're in the high 40s. There we go, 22. So one more level for their third attack, and then one more level after that for getting a big bump to hit points. Which maybe I can try to see how Blue D goes down. I feel like if I can get past Blue Dragon without losing any characters, we can probably get to Tiamat and then use the Bane Sword to kill her. Because we're certainly not going to kill Tiamat with weapons. She has amazingly high defense, even with the Knight and some really good swords. It takes a while to do physical attacks. Yes, the old IDE drives. I got a couple that I've got sitting on a shelf, which I'm sure by this point probably have started developing bad sectors and things, but as long as they can hold out. I took like 5 or 6 from back in the day from old systems, and they're there if I ever need them. So far I've been trying to resist doing actual old Windows PCs just because it's a pain finding the parts for them. The motherboards are starting to go. CPUs seem to be working pretty well still. But a lot of other things are beginning to fall apart. I really shouldn't take the sandworms. Those are super dangerous fights. With only 2 ribbons, we got 2 people vulnerable to being cracked. Instant death, earth elemental magic. Swapped around, so you got Zeus and then you got Mage now. Alright, we'll do our last 3 guards here. And then we'll give a crack at going up the tower. I think we got a reasonable shot of it working. It's gotta be good luck on the Blue D fight in particular. I think that's gonna be the toughest part of it. Quit paralyzing Dan 3. He barely did anything wrong. Okay, 14,000 experience to go though. So he would not get his 4th attack until after Blue D. Yeah, I'd be kind of shocked if there was commercial SSDs back before like the early 2000s or so. Because even like in laptops where space was at a premium, you were relying on very expensive mini hard drives for a long, long time. Those were fun laptops. The one that, in theory, was portable but weighed 20 pounds. trying to think about what hard drive I even had in 1990. I know when I bought my Pentium 2 in, I think, 1996. By that point, it was like still in like the single-digit number of gigabytes for the hard drive sizes. And then before that, I got one in 93 as well. But I'm pretty sure that was significantly less than a gigabyte back then. $200 for a CD writer. Would have made you popular back in the day. There was a time where CDs had more storage than your hard drive did, so pirating games was basically impossible. That kind of frustrated everybody that was used to copying the floppy disks. Alright, gonna give one more battle in here. I'll be greedy. Nah, we'll not. No, we'll pass. Hoping for a little bit more than that. There we go. So, let's put Dan 1 back in the front. He's got the highest level, so he's going to scare the monsters hard. Go ahead and put that guy there. All right, Ribbon, we want to be in slot 2, so move Dan 4 up. Okay, we need one more house to get to full. Alright, now let's do Ross Tower and Sky Castle. So this will be interesting. I'm going to have to improvise in the route here. We've already got the items from the center, which should let me get enough steps to get the Bane Sword upstairs. What makes this difficult is that at the top of this dungeon is a monster known as Warmech, who we do not want to fight. He's got about a 75% chance of ambushing you, likes to use nuclear weapons, and that is not quite an instant party wipe, but it'd be really close to it. Alright, Zeus, Thor, Mage with current order. Up and around. We can deal with some vampires here. Get 2 light axes for our trouble. Both light axes are in Sea Shrine, which is a little bit strange that they put them together in the same dungeon. One's going up to Kraken, one's going to the mermaids. Usually when you ever have multiples, they tend to space them out a bit. Like the heal helmets and other items are almost always split across multiple dungeons for the copies. Speaking of which, should I get the heal helmet in the first trip? I don't know if I've got enough steps to make it work out. Let me just get the Bane Sword. Bane Sword and Ribbon. And see how we're doing on steps at that point. I think what's going to happen is I'll be way ahead. Oh, I want to get Black Shirt as well. Okay. Yeah. We'll wait on the heal helmet. Third floor, so we got Wyvern Worm here. This is actually a really good path for the encounters you get for experience. It's actually better to go up the tower like this than to stay in one place. And most Super Nintendo games weren't $80, unless you were in exotic locations like the Outer Realms of Canada, in which case you did pay a premium. But there was a couple that were they're more than the standard $60 or $70 price range. Like Earthbound was particularly expensive in its big giant box. Chrono Trigger was also one of the expensive ones. Anything that had a lot of cartridge memory seemed to get a premium for it. 130 for Pitfall. Pitfall 2, maybe worth it. Pitfall 1, I don't know. That was a little bit basic. There's the thunder. This is gonna hurt. Oh, so much damage. We basically can only survive one thunder. So we have to hope that the rest of the turns go really smoothly. Come on, don't double thunder me. That works. Still in it. I guess if we have somebody die, what I can do as a backup is start collecting the items and then come down to get them revived. Don't have to worry about that. Made it past the blue D. There we go, should be enough for right now. Alright, so we want to get Bane's sword, definitely. That's going to be our primary team-at killing weapon. Very few other monsters at this point are going to respond well to Bane. Do I care about Gurnaga Air? It's a good experience fight, so I think I want to try it. It's going to take a while to kill that Elemental. He's got a lot of evasion, a lot of physical defense. One Gurnaga hit should be enough. I want to make sure that she got a hit in there because Gurnaga starts off with Ruse, there it is, which then makes it hard to hit. But at this point, we have enough damage with the Fire 2s and Lit 2s to get the job done. Ooh, beautiful Bane sword. Really just useful for one fight, but it is so useful. And then we're going to leave the heal helmet behind for right now, because I don't think I've got enough steps for it. Excellent, got another good hit in before the ruse happened. Keep getting those last two mages mixed up. Final Fantasy helpfully reorders your party every time you're poisoned. So there is a high chance that your party members get shuffled around. And normally when I do speedruns, I use A, B, C, and D names. So Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan. Lets me put them back into order relatively easily. But for this one, it's all Dan's. Because Dan is generally the person that does not survive the fight with Chaos at the end. Alright, we are not sticking around for that fight. Evil Man's got a very, very small chance of casting a nuke. It's his second spell on his list. So it's a little bit further down, but it will devastate you. And now, we have ribbon number 3, which I think... Who's got what? Thor on you, Heal and Mage on you. I think we'll put that on Dan too. Was it time for our friendly eye? No, it's hardcore Manicores. We're on the second floor. Well, this is actually a good fight. And rarely do I have the tools for it. So let's go ahead and try it with these guys. Manticores should take a lot of elemental damage because they don't have any resistances. And like a lot of things in here, they're roughly half an Agama apiece for experience. Go ahead and snag our white shirts and black shirts. Once I've got the black shirt, I can actually take on nightmares. They're weak to ice, so it does good damage to them. Down and around. So we're leaving behind the Pro Cape. We're leaving behind the Heal Helmet. Both of those I want to go back for. Black shirt on Dan 1. He's actually the only person that doesn't have an attack item right now, so that makes sense. And then I guess white shirt on Dan 3? There we go. Fulham could use some of this gear. These basically completely locked out from any weapon or armor for almost the entire game. Alright, now we're looking for encounters. We're actually really close to where I want to be. So this is good. I think we got basically the same Warmech trip as we would have in the marathon route. So I'm going to delay here for guard sentry. And we'll pass because it's only sentry by himself. Go upstairs. We have Whiz Vamp and another guard sentry. Whiz Vamp's an interesting fight. They would hit really hard, but they will also be very valuable. Only one Whiz Vamp, I'm going to pass. Our party is so tuned to AoE damage that whenever you get somebody by themselves, it's like just as much work for way less reward. I think I want to take the guard sentry here before going up. I remember doing this delay. And I don't remember why, but it's probably correct. And now we are on to Warmech's floor, where we hopefully will not be fighting any Warmechs. We have 4 battles that we can give. And this is the highest encounter rate in the game, so the battles do happen really frequently here. They actually changed the encounter rate from the Famicom version to the US version, and my theory is that they made the Warmechs more common because of the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide contest to take a picture with Warmech. He used to be 1 in 64 on this floor, and now he's 3 in 64 in this version. Go up to the top. All right, go ahead, get everybody healed up. So Dan 1's going to defense a lot. Bane Sword is really critical. Somebody needs to have a ribbon to use that. That's going to be Bane Sword and Dan 4. And then Dan 3 is going to hang out, try not to get killed. Probably futile effort. And Dan 2 will do the healing. Hey, Nightwind Song, welcome in. You're just in time for hopefully a successful Tiamat. We've been first trying most of these bosses, which I've been really, really happy to see. But will it continue on Tiamat here? Dan 4 uses the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. No, don't hit Dan 4. The one person I need to not get attacked goes right for him. Alright, Dan 3, that's fine. Kind of wish the teammate was doing these bite attacks. Ooh, Poison Smoke. That's the power of the Bane Sword. 1 in 7 chance, more or less, of insta-killing Tiamat. She's weak to poison, so that's the reason why that works. Alright, let's see our experience. You need 138 experience. I think you can get that in a battle out here. The rest of you guys are also super close. Alright, let's get one more level up for these guys. Should have Tyro Wyvern coming up. Oh, but Dan one's in the front. Tyro might run away. Please don't scare the Tyro away, Dan. There we go. Tyro's stuck around. No, the Wyvern left. Well, that's only a half Agama. That's not as bad as the Tyro running. No! Alright. 1 XP. I've learned my lesson. Don't let Dan 1 be in the front. So at this point, we can still get vampires upstairs. I'll just have to be a little bit more creative to get my level up. So there's an Agama. We can get guards downstairs. So I'll probably want to take that one. Alright, there Dan 1 gets 39, so he finally has 4 attacks per round. The first of our thieves to make that target. The rest of them don't even have 3 yet. They went to discount scored school for tonight's adventure. I've got a black shirt now, so we can have everybody AoE. Which also makes the Chimeras more tempting. Now that I've got Source of Ice for him. There's 1 thief at 23, 2 thieves at 23. Okay, we probably need 1 more fight to go. Go ahead and grab Catman Saber-T up here. I think this one's got a lower ambush rate than the pure Catman fight, but still really high. Come on, get me my last level up for 23. Just a bit short. What was that Dan doing? Slacking off is probably the answer. There we go. Plenty of vampires. This should do it. Mage staff and light axe. I think this will also be a really good point to pause for that. We've got Tiamat down. We killed all 4 fiends today, which was a little bit more than I expected to get done in this session. And we will need to do a heck of a lot of grinding still. We need to get Dan 1 probably up to level 50, so that he can wield the Masmu, and probably the rest of the team up to 35 or so, judging by how the hit points have gone. And that'll be our project for tomorrow, then take on Chaos at the very end. Let's see, let's at least do ourselves a favor and restock on healing potions before we call it a night. That way everybody's got a nice clean set of supplies. Oh, Tyro, don't tempt me. I know you're going to be a fake out again. Sticking around round 1. Come on, Dan. Show me my 4 hits. There we go. I'm at least happy to see the 4 hits. Black Belt gets 4 hits at level 9. Thief gets 4 hits, level 39. Alright, also let's clean up our equipment. So we want to have Rune in the front. Still looking pretty good there. Heal Staff we probably don't use all that often. Technically, this is the one time where the Silver Knife is better, because I'll get 3 attacks. Or 4 attacks. No, is it 3 attacks? I think it's 3 attacks with that. 1 level sooner. Compared to the Falchion Mage Staff. Probably Light Axe is more common than Bane's Sword for use. And actually, Dan 4 can almost certainly take Heal Staff duty. There we go. That's probably a good set of gear for weapons. Armor side. Got black shirt, white shirt near the front. White shirt probably... That probably works there in Dan 3. And then Dan 4, Heal Staff, and Zeus. Alright. Shopping time, and then sleepy time. Go ahead and make sure we have our 99 potions. Probably doing good for tents, cabins, and houses for the rest of the game. And because of the slightly different layout of quest items, I kept the tail, since we never class changed. Didn't get the adamant, so that's still available in there. I actually have my heal potions in a good spot with the current setup, so I want to keep that for essentially the rest of the time, because we'll neither gain nor lose any quest items from here on out. There we go. All maxed out. And that is